Oh, hey John. Long time no talk. How are you today? How are things treating you? What's up, Tanner? You doing all right? Actually had a pretty productive day. That's awesome. My day was not ass either. I can't complain. Hey, Scoter. Welcome in. Andre. So I was talking to John about this the other day, about this game, and how, you know what, Tanner? You were telling the truth. Most of the time, you're just full of bullshit, but occasionally, there's a raw gem sitting in that bullshit. This game is not very long, unless you're me. Scouter. What's up, Yoda? Welcome in. Hope you're well. I'm just at the end of Act 1. And yeah, there are 3 acts to this game. There's a Part 1, Act 1, Part 2, Act 1, Part 1, Act 2, Part 2, Act 2, Part 1, Act 3, Part 2, Act 3. At this pace, it'll be another 2 weeks until I finish this game. Just remember, every bridge takes you to a different destination. Thank you, Scooter. Without that wisdom, I'm not really sure how I would handle it. Good to catch on the stream. Well, I'm glad you're here, Yoda. Hopefully this will entertain you at least to some degree. This is Pentiment. Just more of a difficult game to stream than most. Well, I'm glad you suggested it, Tanner. I know that once we got into the first day of this, some part during that stream you thought to yourself, oh fuck. Right? I bet. Welcome to Pentiment, the game, otherwise known as How Many Voices Can Gabe Do? Answer, not many. I didn't think about it beforehand. Right? So here I am. If I'm thinking every stream is a part, and there are 6 parts, this is part 3. I've got 4 more parts, including today. We're going to make do, right? I don't dislike the game. The game is fun. The game is very interesting. I genuinely believe that. It's different. I enjoy different. Streaming this game, I have to have energy. I have to make sure that I am ready to pull out a Rolodex of voices. Some might work, some might not. I don't have a purpose of being here. I'm going to be chaotic. Oh, now you're going to be chaotic, Scooter? All right. So streaming this game, I gotta come with it, right? We're gonna make through it. We're gonna get through this together. I'm not gonna stop this game. This isn't a game that I'm not gonna finish playing. I'm enjoying it so far. So it's been a good suggestion. We're gonna ride this through to the end. But we have learned our lessons, haven't we? Part of that is the fun of watching me scramble around trying to remember what voices I used 4 days ago. More Bunny Slayer today, Scooter. As long as you follow the rules and guidelines that Twitch provides and the rules and guidelines that I provide, you may do whatever you wish. But, no more dilly-dallying. Let's get into it, shall we? We're getting ready to talk to the Archdeacon about this corpse. I definitely remember all the voices you've used for the characters, so I will totally lose my immersion if you change them. Oh, fuck. There was a girl who stayed bunnies in Pentiment, right? I don't remember, Scoter. Oh, Slade bunnies? I don't know. We had just got found out by, Sister Illuminata? Alright, yeah. And Sister Zedana, where we actually kissed them. Yeah. Now it's time to eat. We're gonna just head on up. Andreas, wait. Andreas. Christ, there you are. Brother Wolfsoff, what's the matter? Don't tell me there's another killing. Are you alright? You look terrible. Brother, what's the matter? The Archdeacon. He's come early with an entire retinue in tow. Who you kiss is none of their business. Thank you, Tanner. He's questioning everyone who knew the Baron and Brother Piero. I've already told him the little I know. He expects to speak with you today at Nones. He requested you specifically. I went to the Gerrants at Vespers to try and warn you, and you never showed up. Where were you all night? Just out, you know how it is. Honestly, library, I was following a clue. Just out. No, I don't. I'm a monk, for Christ's sake. Anyway, he's questioning everyone in the chapter house, and he's keenly interested in you. Did he say why? It's no secret you've been poking about the town and the abbey, sticking your nose in the rot. I hope your prying has borne fruit. Piero's neck will meet the sword. I've done my best with the time I've had. If only I had a couple more days. Whatever happens, Piero knows you've been working hard on his behalf, and he's grateful for it. Only Andreas. What is it? It's just, you know as well as I do, the Baron is not a good man. I'm not saying he deserves what he got, just you think hard about what you tell the Archdeacon and who you tell him about. You understand? You don't need to worry. I found nothing that implicates you. Smile encouragingly. It's not me I'm worried about. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout. You don't deserve that. All I'm saying is, if in your searching you heard anything about a certain sister, I'd ask you to keep it to yourself. I'll do what I can to protect the sisters from censure. That's all I would ask of you. Hey, David, welcome in. Be well, Andreas. I will pray for Piero's deliverance tonight. You should as well. Shit getting real. The Archdeacon arrives. Jacob Essler, the Archdeacon of Freising, has arrived at Kiersau Abbey and will be questioning people connected with the Baron's death. He wants to question me in the chapter house at Nones. I gotta figure out what fucking time it is. I don't understand this page, this section. It doesn't tell me what time it is. let's look at glossary. Let's look up known as. Nonce. There we go, nonce. 3 p.m. One of the little hours of prayer. It's morning right now, so I'm good still. Who am I gonna go see? Let's go talk to this guy here. Shabbat. God bless you, Andreas. Do you have time to eat with me and some of the townspeople? Of course, I'll talk to Gret and see if she wants to come along. Where would we meet? Where should we meet you? At the shrine to St. Moritz. I'll see you there. Until then. Oh my, Andreas. Yes? Are all these all of the mothers from Tassing and the children? Well, no, I don't think it's all of them. Helena Pfeiffer couldn't make it. It's a long walk up here, no condition. And Hetty said Hans was too big for stories. Stories? I may have said something about your books. I like stories. I like turtles. That's that kid. There you go, Tanner. Yes, maybe a little too much. Ha, all right. I can tell a story, but first let us pray together and eat. Lord, thank you for bringing us together as you brought Jesus to his disciples on the road to Emmaus. Fellow turtle worshiper, I see. Fellow, yes. With the breaking of the bread between us, let us recognize each other as Christians and rejoice in our salvation through you. Amen. Yep. And I thank you and your husband for this bread, Gret. My Ulrich always says that bread brings people together. I missed this when I was in Flanders. What do we got? Sheep's milk cheese, rye bread, and almonds. All right. Almonds. They don't have bread in Flanders? I'll cry, yes. Where's Flanders? That's Tanner in my voice, but I'm not going to do that. That's enough. Where's Flanders? Too much? I need to rein it back a little. Listen, it's the start of the stream. I'm getting back to get used to doing voices again. Might mix them up once in a while. So sorry about that. Sorry about that. We'll figure it out together, Tanner. Don't worry. Not down by the sea. It's where the Mueller's windmill came from. It's true. They have whole fields of them where the land is flat. I want to see them. Father Garnot eats your white bread, does he not? Yes, the finest wheat is used for the abbot's bread. Why? The abbot is a very important man, Paul. We have a bread in my home that we call inyera. We make it thin, round, and wide, and we put our food on top of it. We eat it with almost every meal. As you love the bread of your home, so I miss mine. Let's get some cheese. Well, what's the recipe? Maybe we could make it. Thank you, but no. We use a fine grain that doesn't grow here, called teff. Surely someday you'll go home, you can have your brother, or you find your local bread. Yeah. Surely someday you'll go home and can have your fill of it. God willing, yes. But then perhaps a day will come when I miss the rye of Tashing. It is the great danger that comes with the blessing of travel, living a life between worlds. I don't want to talk about bread anymore. It's so boring. Bread! Don't be rude, Bert. I did say I would tell a story. Children, have you ever seen a Bible? Thank you, John. Father Tom? Yeah, Father Thomas has one. It's huge. My dad has one. It was printed in Bamberg. Very good. This is a Bible from my home that I brought to give to the abbot. Andreas, do you have a favorite story to illustrate from the Bible? Adam and Eve, Jacob wrestling, assassination, Elijah, and down. We'll keep it simple. Yes, at the beginning of it all, the fall of man. It is good for us to be reminded of what we lost in Eden. Now then, children, do you know the story of Jesus feeding the multitudes? Fish and loaves! My mom and dad make loaves. Game of the year already? Well, yes, thanks, Yoda. This is from our Bible, how we tell the story of how Jesus fed thousands from only a few fish and a few loaves of bread. Oh, this is what we're doing. Why is everyone brown? Because where I am from, everyone looks like me. Why? Because we're all as God has made us. I know Tassing seems big to you, but the world is so much bigger than we can imagine. There are many people of many different colors all over the world. There are places where no one looks like you or me. Really? It's true. In Flanders, I saw ships arrive from the New World. The people look and dress very differently from us, differently from Brother Shabbat. They make art out of gold that is so beautiful it outshines the greatest works of the Christian world. Brother Sabat, did you know the Baron who was murdered? Way to go, ruin the fucking mood, Bertolt. Bert! Came up when I was visiting the truckers. I'm sorry, Murray. There's nothing to apologize for. We can't shield him from the world forever. I did not know him, Bert, but do you know the story of Lazarus? No. He was a friend of Jesus. He became sick and he died. Died? Hat. Jesus brought his followers to Lazarus' tomb. He prayed to God, and when they opened the tomb, Lazarus emerged, returned from the dead. Jesus can bring people back from the dead? He can, Bert. One day Jesus will bring us all back from the dead. Everyone who has ever lived and died will come together and be resurrected on Judgment Day. I got a trophy for getting my hat stolen. Say nothing. Punch her in the face. Just like put your hips into it. Even the Romans? Yes, the Romans too. Why did you ask about the Romans? I saw one come out of their tomb like Lazarus. That's an option, Scooter. Yeah, I know. What do you mean, Paul? Well, the ruins below the mill, they're Roman, and they all died a long time ago. But I saw one come out the other night. They were in white, like Lazarus. Let's stop telling stories, Paul, and you shouldn't have been outside at night. Andreas, what does he mean? I know it's troubling. I think I may have seen something similar the other evening. What, really? Where? The same place, by the Roman ruins. Maybe Paul did see a spirit of some kind. It's a very dire omen if that is what he saw. I will pray on this. A ghost? Apologies for that, ladies, but thank you for sharing a meal with me today. I'll be leaving for Rome soon, but I'm glad to have spent some time with you and your children. Thank you, Brother Saber. It was wonderful. Don't forget to stop by the bakery before you go. I'm sure my husband will want to see you before you go. I will. God grant you all health. Now it's time. It's time. He wants to meet with the Archdeacon. It's time, folks. It's something, all right. It's time. It's time. It's Vader time. Hey, Danny. How you doing, friend? How are you? How's Ivy? Both of you equally chaotic in your own ways? I assume so, at least. God bless you, Andreas. Everyone's out here. Doing all right. She is chaos, of course, yeah. Meets with the deacon. Why do I hear boss music? I know. Good day, Andreas. God bless you, Andreas. They're all out here. Fuck, everyone's out here? God bless you. God bless you, Master Marla. Hey, Andreas! Hello, Andreas. Anyone out here in the courtyard? He's out here. God give you health. Give me something more than health. I'm not gonna deal with this shit right now. Andreas. Excuse me, I'm here at the Archdeacon's request. He can wait a moment. Master Marder, if you think I am unaware of your actions around this abbey in the past few days, you are mistaken. Oh? You exhumed the corpse of one of the brothers of this abbey. Say nothing. I should have expected that cur Otto Zimmerman would help you with such a ghoulish task. Me imagine the progression of these greetings if they were more people. God bless you. Hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up, bro? Say nothing. He'll pay for his role in this obscenity in due time. Now then, for all your meddling, you will not be welcome in Kirsau after your commission is completed. I'm not coming back to this pile of cow shit if I can help it. I'm only trying to help Brother Piero. It's too late for apologies. Your days of interfering in the daily life of this abbey will end. It was never my intent. I'll leave you to the Archdeacon now. Try not to perjure yourself. God save you, Andreas Mahler. Please state your name for all records. Artist recently of Ghent. Really? What brought you all the way to Upper Bavaria? It's the end of my Wanderjahr. Very well, thank you. Arnold, please write that down. I think we're ready to begin. Of course, Your Reverence. Now then, Master Mahler, what was your relation to Lorenz, the Baron Rothvogel? I only knew him for a day, but we were on friendly terms. Well, if there's any time to listen to my utter BS about hearsay and other Warhammer, it's for the Emperor. Thank you, Scudder. Do you feel you had a sense of him as a person? Yes, Your Reverence. How would you characterize him? Confident, overbearing, used to getting what he wants. A fine man, a lover of art and knowledge. A nobleman for all the good and ill that goes along with that title. Yes. Do you have a problem with the nobility, Master Mahler? Is this germane to the investigation, Your Reverence? I determine what is germane, and have you already forgotten who asked the questions here? My apologies, Your Reverence. Do you know of anyone who had a reason to harm the Baron? I can think of a few. Good. That might help us solve this problem that faces us. The Baron Rothvogel was murdered here, in this very room. Someone did it. Father Gernot believes it was one of his monks, Brother Piero. I have met with Brother Piero and questioned him at length. While it seems unlikely that a man of his age and temperament could murder the Baron, he was discovered in flagrante delicto. Am I going to be pedantic here? I'm going to say it. I'm going to do it. Actually, he was discovered corpus delicti, but was not caught in flagrante delicto. Master Mahler, I am not interested in your clarifications, technical or otherwise, on matters of Latin or law. Hey, Loco, welcome in. If you wish to advocate on behalf of Brother Piero, I suggest shutting your mouth until I ask you a question. Piero had reasons to resent the Baron, the loss of his work, the insistence on discussing the writings of the troublemaker from Wittenberg. And as for his age and infirmity, I myself have read of many cases in which a man of modest strength succumbs to the temptations of the devil. Once seized by a devilish fever, the poor sinner gains an infernal power that allows him to inflict grievous wounds, sometimes fatal. What I am saying is that in spite of this curious circumstances, Brother Piero is the most plausible perpetrator of this most vile act. I understand that you are on friendly terms with Brother Piero. You also interacted with the Baron both in the town and in the Abbey. Gotta do a thing, sorry not sorry, Yoda. I don't know what that means. I'm going to continue on, hoping it's nothing too... Yep. Yoda. Thank you for gifting a sub to Loco. You didn't have to, but it is very much appreciated that you did. Thank you. And you're now on my watch list. Actually, with the snarky put, yeah, yeah. Did you witness anything that suggests someone else could have murdered Baron Rothvogel? Lucky Steinauer argued. Local thief. The Abbey's prior Ferenc was behaving suspiciously the day of the Baron's arrival. He may have had. We're going to go in. I don't care about Lucky. That could have just been an argument. Martin's just a thief. I don't think he's a killer. We're going to go with Ferenc here. We're going to cause as much shit as possible. That is an extraordinary claim, Andreas. The abbot speaks highly of the prior, and he oversees both your and Brother Piero's work. Does he not? Yes, but Prior Ferenc's role in the scriptorium has little bearing on his motive. An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence for me to take it seriously. Why should I take the word of an artist over a respected officer of this abbey? I can provide evidence of Prior Ferenc's motive. Please do so. One day Baron arrived and secretly observed Ferenc in the scriptorium. Baron and Prior were exchanging letters about performing a magical ritual during the Baron's visit. You have proof of this? I have a letter the Prior wrote to the Baron. I got a trophy for telling immaterial gossip. In it, the Prior mentions that he will not perform a ritual for the Baron, even if the Baron does follow through on a threat to implicate him to Inquisitors in Innsbruck. An implication of necromancy is a serious matter. The Prior's position would have been in peril, possibly even his life. And how do you believe Prior Ferenc would have killed the Baron? I pray you will not say it was a magical ritual. I found a silver rod that belongs to Prior Ferenc and has dried blood on it. A silver rod. Likely a magical tool of some sort, but it is of a size and weight appropriate for the head wound the Baron received. How did you come to possess this item? In truth, it involved a little grave digging. Master Mahler, while it is not my place nor my task to hold you liable for what you've done, I will be informing Father Gernot. No problem, John. Is there anything else to say about the Prior? No, Your Reverence. Very well. Who else may have wanted to see the Baron dead? I can think of no one else who would have caused to harm the Baron, Your Reverence. Very well. Are you aware of anything else that might shed some light on this case? Has Brother Florian told you about the note he found in the Baron's clothing? Yes, Brother Florian explained how he came to find it and told me of its contents. Master Ariager has entered his testimony in our register. I don't understand the implications. Who is the innocent? It's not clear to me either, Your Reverence. Do you believe the murderer wrote it? Whoever wrote it was a talented scribe. I understand Kearsarge has two, the elderly brother Adek and the younger brother Guy. To be frank, Your Reverence, neither man has a skill to write in this way. There's something else about it too. The style is just different. It's unlike Adok's and Guy's writing, unlike mine. Something about the way the first and second strokes meet on the A and G. Yes, well, whatever the particulars, it seems it will remain a mystery. It stands apart from the commission of this murder. See, I want to go forward, but I just want to make sure I don't call out the lady. I forget what the other note was. What were those notes? I don't remember reading much into them. More to tell, I found another note. know it had been written in the same hand on the same type of parchment as Sister Matilda. It is deeply troubling, but again beyond the bounds of my investigation. In any case, I thank you for bringing it to my attention. Of course, Your Reverence. Until next time. Until then. Final day of Law and Judgment. Andreas, I didn't think you were coming to this. I didn't think I was either. I suppose I wanted to see how this ends after all. I was the prior of the Abbey. It was the prior of the Abbey, if you can believe it. Did you ever talk with him in the Abbey, Andreas? You missed the trial, Andreas. That Archdeacon read all of the charges and found him guilty. I don't think Farrick did it. Archdeacon got it wrong. I worked with him almost every day, Clara. I didn't know he had murder in him. Oh, they want you to think they're so pious, but all they're here to do is slowly drain the life out of this town. Calm down, Peter. Oh, here comes the procession. Did I miss anything? No, you're fine. Andreas? Otto? Agnus die cortoris peccata. I didn't do this. God knows. He's gonna get his head fucking cut off. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Damn. I'm like a chicken, crying like a woman. Silence! Silence! I order the executioner to carry out his duty. I warrant him peace and safe conduct, whatever may befall him. Watch. My God! My God! Hold still. No! 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 My Lord Judge, you have executed his judgment and law have required. For that I thank God and my master who has taught me such art. I know this was your doing, Andres. Welcome back, John. You just missed Farrick getting his head cut off. Rather brutally, too. Yeah, it literally just happened. He was in the middle of a group of people, and he wouldn't move. The Archdeacon said it was him because of my testimony, which I'm probably wrong, and the game's going to realize it for me later on when shit goes sideways. But for right now, yeah. He tried to avoid it, and he got slashed in the neck. It took 3 swipes before they took his head off. And now I'm sure the Abbey hates me entirely. What the fuck? Yeah, no. Take it up with the Archdeacon. It has nothing to do with me. The Archdeacon wouldn't have reached his verdict without your testimony. I read it. Biscuits! I didn't say anything that wasn't true. You are no longer welcome at Kiersau, Andreas Mahler. I will send your final payment to the Gärtners. May you have a long and successful career in Nuremberg, and may you never travel this way again. Andreas, has the time come for you to leave us? I got a trophy called Andreas Non Grata. I'm afraid so, Brother Piero. This farewell will have to be brief. Father Gernot made it clear I was no longer welcome at Curacao. I pray that time will soften Father Abbott's heart. I hope he eventually realizes you were only trying to help me. This is a sad parting, but inevitable. I had hoped you would stay a bit longer. The world needs you more than Curacao does. You have grown beyond this old abbey and become a master in your own right. I'll miss you, my son. We'll keep you out of trouble when I'm gone. I pray that is the last trouble I will see in my old age, and I have God and you to thank for getting me out of it. Come, your masterpiece is complete. May I see it one last time before you go? Please, I value your assessment. The pain of one older monk matters little. All the same, I am excited to see it finished at last. It's just porn. It is a masterpiece, truly worthy of the word. And it appears you took my advice to heart. What advice was that? To put yourself into the work. Not just to interpret another artist's work, but to transform it into something true. This shows the world as it is, as you have seen it, even if it is not what we may want to see. Although it is not my place to say so, I am proud of you, Andreas. Oh. What's this? A scrap of parchment? Do not return here. A warning? Whose hand is this? Doesn't look like Brother Adolf's or Brother Guy's. Brother Florian and I found a similar note in the Baron's clothing. And another while I was investigating. It must have been written by someone who knew the darkest secrets of the town and this abbey. They tugged at those secrets to kill the Baron, like someone pulling at threads that had been buried in the past. A frightening thought. But who would do such a thing? God knows. He does, and I hope his love can still the wickedness in the heart of whoever wrote this. Do not trouble yourself overly about it. Your future lies outside of these walls. I hope that you will have time to visit me once or twice in your travels before the Lord takes me. I'll come as often as I can, assuming Father Gernot doesn't forbid it. We must have faith that better days lie ahead for all of us. God bless you, Andreas Mama. Thank you for your friendship. Until next time. Are you alright, Master Andreas? Oh, what? Are you alright, Master Andreas? Yes, thank you. I was just remembering him. Trying to, anyway. It doesn't come easily anymore. Oh, would you like me to leave you alone? No, Caspar, it's not necessary. There's nothing to be done about it now. It's too late. Like so many things. Andreas Mahler, I never expected to see your face here again. Have you been in Nuremberg for these last 7 years? 7-year time jump. Act 2 starts now. No, Nuremberg for a few years, but I received some lucrative commissions abroad. Ooh. There's some Polish, a bit of Czech and Hungarian, and can reference cultural touchdowns to Krakow, Prague, and Buda. 7-year time jump. There's some English, and can reference cultural touchdowns from London and other parts of Britain. There's some French. There's some Spanish and bits of Arabic, and can reference cultural touchdowns from Barcelona and Valencia. What say ye, peoples? Where'd I get my secondary work from in those last couple of years? Aragon, just for the name. Aragon just sounds like Aragorn, so yeah, sure. You guys have decided that part of my backstory is simply because one of the locations sounds like a character from Lord of the Rings. That's what we're going with? Yes, problem? Nope, no problem at all. Apologies, good sir. Won't happen again. Dragons! One of the best characters for Lord of the Rings. Okay, I get it, guys. I get it. Aragon, Spanish. Spent a few years in Aragon. They're quite fond of the Netherlandish painters, and my style was, well, close enough. Are they still conducting those ghastly inquisitions there? Across the peninsula? Yes, though less so in Aragon. Why? I find them cruel, and the Jews were ejected from Dion as well. An ugly part of our history. I'm surprised you care at all. Lord, I'm not about to leap into a fire to save anyone. I don't think it's right what's happened to them. In spite of your extensive travels and success, you're still not welcome at Curacao. The abbot hasn't forgotten what happened. 7 years isn't all that long. Just passing through on my way back to Nuremberg. Simply wanted to pay my respects to an old friend. Surely you understand that. I understand why Father Abbot expelled you from the abbey. What were you expecting? A hero's welcome? Tell Father Gurnell I'll be staying at Landhouse for a night or two. I wouldn't mind. I didn't get Farron killed, if that's what this is about. I'll be staying at Landhouse a night or two. The Golden Hand, I'll tell him. I can't imagine he'll care. Why is he so rude? God bless you. Now be off. 1525. Revolution. That monk seemed unhappy to see you, Master Andreas. Why is the abbot so angry with you? Toward the end of my stay in Tassing, there was a murder at Curacao Abbey, a nobleman. Father Gurnell panicked and accused my friend, Brother Piero, of committing the crime. I'm convinced the investigating archdeacon that another monk was responsible, Prior Ferenc. He was executed for the crime. You got someone killed? Yes. I had no idea you were involved in something so exciting. Why didn't you mention it before? I suppose it must have been a hard situation about it if the abbot's still mad at you. Make some difficult choices, maybe they were the wrong ones. I've had to live with that. Why did you come here if you're not welcome? I wanted to pay my respects to Brother Piero. And to be honest, I'm not looking forward to returning to Nuremberg. This commission is an obscene vanity piece under the pretext of a religious scene. My patrons just want to celebrate themselves and their wealth. I dread each new commission more than the last. Every step I take toward home is agonizing. But, Master, you're famous and rich. Your work is wonderful. When I saw your altarpiece in Nuremberg, I begged my father to help me become your apprentice. I don't understand how you could accomplish all that you have and be unhappy. I know, it must be hard to believe. I was once very much like you. Once I wanted this life so much that it consumed my every waking thought. I don't know if I've changed or if what I wanted was never really real. Maybe I've been a fool this whole time. I want life as an artist to be better for you, learn from my mistakes. This is what you have to look forward to, a life of disappointment. Learn from my mistakes. All right. Yes, Master Andreas. I shouldn't be burdening you with such dark thoughts, Gaspard. Come, let's visit my old friend Klaus. It's been too long. As you like, Master Andreas. Shit's gotten real. That's where we are. Truckers. Feels strange being back in Curacao, back in Tassing. I haven't talked to anyone here in years. I just stopped by Klaus's house to see how he's been. Now I have to make everyone sound slightly older. Fuck. Hey, Cash. How you doing? Welcome in. Shit gonna get real. Gonna get real. Room is sparse compared to what I'm used to. Golden Hand Inn. Hannah. Hello, Andreas. How are you enjoying your stay? It's been wonderful, thank you. Oh, good. You're in the best room we have. I'm glad it's to your liking. Is there anything else? No, thank you. Until later. Until then. Killian. Good day, Master Marla. Nico. Master Marla, is it? Hello and welcome to the Golden Hand. I'm Nico Berger. I own this land house and run it with my wife Hannah and our son Killian. I believe my boy helped you to your room. Is it to your liking? It's lovely, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. When you arrived in town, one of the locals said you lived here a few years back. Yes, I worked for the Abbey as an artist. Ah, I see. I heard that you were involved in solving a murder. You trying to ask me to solve a murder? No, never mind. Well, I'll leave you to your day. Until later. Until then. I'll probably cut him off a little early. I don't want to have Andreas be like a fucking blabbermouth. Right? Just do it. You know it's the right thing. I don't understand why this is so hard for you. Otto, I'm scared. It's dangerous to cross the Abbot. Would you prefer the alternative? You don't need to do that, Otto. I understand. I'm just saying... Andreas? Andreas Mahler. It's good to see you again, old friend. Otto, you're looking well. This is my apprentice, Caspar Ziegler from Salzburg. Good day. Ah, that answers that. I thought he might be your son. We've only been married 7 years. We don't grow them that fast, even in Nuremberg. They grow fast enough around here. Eva and I just had our first little Otto, though we call him Otts. Congratulations to you both. That's wonderful news. Thank you. It's been a trial with Dad gone, but Claire and Ursula help out where they can. Sorry to hear about your father. That's life. At least he's with the Lord now. free of his aches and pains. I know Ava wrote to you about my father's death, Andreas. Why didn't you write back? Surely you'd call little Lotto. No, no. I'm sorry, things got busy after I left Tassing. Sorry to interrupt, but I should be heading back. I feel I should remember your face, but I can't place it. Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's me, Martin, remember? Oh, the little pissant. Oh, yes, of course. Hello, Martin. Hello, sorry to run, but I have to get these sheep back to the farm. As much as I love whiling away the hours in the meadow, I have a lot to attend to. Otto, I'll see you at the meeting later. Andreas, until later. Until then, oh, I should have. Pain in my ass. What's this about a meeting? Is something happening in town? I can't believe how much Martin's changed. True, he's like the prodigal son who took over his father's farm after Franz died. He's been a much better husband to Brigitte and provider for Kat. Franz died? How's little Wolf doing? Francis Hawk gave out. Local legend says he was screaming at Kat and he dropped dead. Good. Dickhead. That was that asshole dude. Not that I want anyone to suffer, but few were sad to see that man go. But the wolf, he died a few months after you left. I think Martin still feels guilty about it. Well, there's something happening in town. You've picked an interesting time to visit. Come by the town commons in a while. Think you'll be interested to hear what I have to say. On my way to see Klaus. Tell him to come too. He's been dragging his feet. Till later. What the fuck is going on? Old faces. Yes, Gutter. How am I finding this game so far? Very different. Very interesting. Kind of tiring. But good. It's not bad. I'm interested to see where the story goes. Yes, Scouter. Thank you, Scouter. We're not going to the Abbey. With Father Grenoux's new restrictions, the townsfolk can't even gather sticks without a fee. Really? Thank you, Loco. I used to be able to select that. You can't now. Wonderful. You must flow down from the snow mountain. Yeah. Two innocents. Really? Okay. That's going to be important. Smoky? Oh, what's his face is gone. Most sure I've used time and almost all the abbey's cooking because it grows so easily here. Yeah, I can see that. Andreas, I heard you were back in Tassing. God bless you. God bless you, Father Thomas. Good to see you. Good morning, Father Thomas. You're not trying to get me to come to Mass. Yeah, God bless you. Hopefully this visit will be less eventful than your last. Tassing has enough going on as it is. We have a bonfire for St. John's Eve tomorrow night. People get up all sorts of mischief. And then it's my job to hear their confessions in the days that follow. Not to mention the grumbling the peasants are making. Let's just talk, brother. No need to scare our guests with such things. I'm sure if there's trouble, Master Motto will be the first to stick his nose in it. Are you always such an asshole? Say nothing. It's easy enough for you to come and go. You don't have to live with the consequences. After Frank was executed, Father Abbot made Matthew the new prior. Frank may have been annoying, but Matthew is even worse. Thanks for that. It would have been better for everyone if you had simply allowed Brother Piero to die. After all, he only had a few years left anyway. Stare menacingly at him. Nothing to say for yourself. Friends, there's no need for such ire. Forgive me, Father Thomas. I let my passions get the better of me. Besides, that's not even why I came down here. I actually came to speak to you on the abbot's behalf, Andreas. Father Garneau would like to invite you to come to the library tomorrow morning if you're interested in purchasing some of our books. The abbot just run me off? Just had me run off and now he wants me back. I can't know the mind of the Father Abbot. I just do what he asks. The library is not quite ready yet, as it does not see much use. If you could come by tomorrow morning, Mother Illuminata can show you what's available. Mother Illuminata? Yes, since Mother Cecilia passed a few years ago. How'd she die? Peacefully, in her sleep. So, tomorrow morning... Alright, tell him to expect me. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. And Andreas, I apologize for my harsh words before. It was rash. Brother Piero was a pious man and a skilled artist. We miss him. I appreciate you saying that. I miss him too. Excellent. I'm so glad you two were able to work things out. Oh, Father Thomas, do you have a moment to speak inside the church? What are you talking about? Talking about? Thanks, Cash. Yeah, yes, I think so. Why? A private matter. Oh, of course. Until tomorrow, God bless you, Andreas. You're fine, Cash. Abbot's invitation. Supposed to be coming to the Drucker house. We're checking out everything first. No, Gabe, it's unforgivable. It's not up to the usual high standards you demand. I mean... high standards? Aren't you putting the bar up a little higher than it should be? High standards. I'm Dad. Northtown. Balthazar. This game desperately needs a Margit. Foul tarnished. Foul tarnished. The Rat House construction is going smoothly. I wonder if they'll finish it before winter. I love that guy's voice. Saying foul tarnished. Hey there, Gramps. I don't get it. What's up, Herman? How are you doing, friend? I'm surprised you're here and not sucked in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, like you have been forever and a day. Oh, sounds fun, man. Hope you enjoy yourself. Andreas. I'm sorry, Klaus. I know it's been a long time. 7 years. 7 years. And nothing from my friend Andreas. First Bert, then Marie just after Magdalene was born. I wasn't expecting lengthy replies to my letters, Andreas, but an acknowledgement of their passing would have been nice. Sorry, I should have written. Yes, you should have. Too late for that now, though. Boop 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 boop. Oh, hello. She likes you. Your business seems to have grown. What are you printing? The 12 articles. They were originally written by Swabian peasants who were demanding changes from the Lord. Freedom from serfdom, freedom to hunt and use the woods as God intended, freedom from compulsory labor, abolition of the inheritance tax, fair appraisal of rent, the return of property to common use and ownership. Bavaria isn't Swabia, but the complaints are just as valid for the peasants of Tassing. This must be what Otto is talking about later. He wants me to bring you along. Yes, he asked. I may come, I may not. The abbot has been squeezing the peasants for years. Now he's squeezing the townsfolk, and we're pushing back. The cause is righteous, Andreas. If you haven't seen the Gertners lately, you should visit them. And Otto had you print these? Yes, why? Well, I didn't think he could read. He can't, but just about everyone else in the town can. He speaks, I print. Just trying to do my part, I suppose. I'm sorry, I'm still not in the mood for this late reunion. Come back for dinner tomorrow. You used to have him driving a school bus, right, Cash? We should go to the Commons, hear what Otto has to say. It's worth hearing. I understood. Until later, Klaus. Until then. So Andreas just dipped and just ignored everybody. Yeah, cold reunion indeed. Ran into Otto Zimmerman and Martin Bauer having a discussion in the typical Andreas move, yeah. Martin returned from his adventure as a changed man. Otto told me to come to the Commons later, Heather after I talked to Klaus. Ran into Brother Guy outside the town church. He extended an invitation from the abbot to buy books from the library. Mother Illuminata will be waiting for me there in the morning. Klaus wasn't happy to see me. I probably should have written back to him when he contacted me about Marie and Bert. Nothing to be done about it now. He's been printing leaflets for Otto to promote the peasants' demands. He said I should head to the Commons to hear Otto give a speech to the town. Town Commons. So many people. Gabe shouting Mother Illuminata in that voice is the funniest thing I've heard. I'm not doing sound redeems, Cash. Sorry. Everyone, listen. We all know why we're here. Nothing I'm going to say will be a surprise. Nothing I'm going to say hasn't already been spoken behind closed doors, whispered to your neighbors. Nothing I'm going to say is untruthful, so it's time we start saying it openly. Year after year, the Abbey has found new ways to tax the peasants. Piece by piece, the Abbey has taken away our rights to use God's forest to support our families. Law after law gets heaped upon us, restrictions on how we can pay rent. Limits on where we can move, who we can wed. And now the death tax, which once claimed only our best animal and garment, takes half our estate. No consideration for widows, no consideration for children. What about the town council, the Ratnos? Surely that's a sign that the abbot wishes to share his power, to listen to our grievances. You have a good heart, Ulrich. You always want to see the best in people. But no. The council is a way for the abbey to divide us, to pit a favored few against the many. This is not charity. No. Only greed and desperation drive Father Geno. You think that if the abbot could, he'd steal a dead man's soul from heaven itself. And when we protested, what did Father Geno do? He locked the shrine of St. Moritz. You won't allow the people of this town, the farmers of this land, to pray before the relic? Now, when we most need the intercession of our saint, the abbot has shut us out. Father Geno's actions aren't just. They aren't Christian. We've endured this abuse far too long. It's time we let the abbot know we won't take it anymore. Too right. Here. Yes. This has to stop. Let's fix this. Stop, this is foolish. Soldiers are already patrolling nearby towns. If you push against the abbey, you'll incur the Duke's wrath. You could get the town razed and everyone killed. Anna's right. The Duke is a powerful force in Bavaria. You're playing a dangerous game, Otto. You lot are no match for trained soldiers. If you don't relent, you'll be ground into dust like the Swabian peasants. We can always grind you up instead, Leonard. Cut his head off! Don't be shy. Speak up if you have cause. It won't be overrun. The peasants of Salzburg were able to take the city and have their cause heard. If the people can get the Archbishop of Salzburg to listen to them, then we can do the same with the abbot. Master Andreas, do you think my family in Salzburg's all right? I don't know, Casper. We can find out. All right. Enough is enough. We can't stand by while the abbot continues treating us poorly. People all over Swabia are taking back their God-given rights. Why shouldn't we do the same? 4 crossbow bolts and they're gone. Well spoken, Martin. Everyone ought to consider what he said. Martin has proved dependable these last few years. But if the words of men can't persuade you, perhaps a sign from a greater power will. The abbot may have locked us out of our saint's shrine, but God has shown me that he is with us. I think that's all I should say for now. Thank you all for coming. Shit gonna get real. Good day, Andreas. Grass for too long, it's lovely to see you again. Hello, Andreas. I'm surprised to see you after all your long absence from Tassing. At this rate, we thought we'd never see you again. It's gonna be fine. I was gone too long. I'm sorry for not sending word of my arrival. Which one of the peasants said shit gonna get real? You certainly did pick an odd time to visit. We're in the middle of a strange season. Ah, you found the Gertners. Your speech was very rousing, Otto. I swear they're getting better each time. Are you looking for trouble? Of course not, but I understand what might happen if the abbot doesn't listen to reason. Otto looks like a dude. Even so, the people here can't go on like this. Something has to change. I'm just concerned. It's appreciated, but we know the risks. Sign from God you were talking about? Oh. Don't quite feel comfortable discussing it with you, Mahler. No offense. Besides, I'd like it to be a surprise for everyone, especially the abbot. Anyway, Andreas, you and yours should come by the house for supper. We'll be delighted to have you. That sounds wonderful. We'll be there. Fucking hell. Hope things don't get bloody. Bloody? No one wants that, Andreas. We're not going to get anywhere by keeping quiet. Be careful. I will. Fuck off. All right, Andreas. Time for me to get back to work. It was good seeing you. Until later. Do I talk to all these people? Fuck. Hello again, Andreas. We're about to sit down to supper. Care to join? It'd be my pleasure. It's truly a blessing to have everyone back together again, if only briefly. Keep an eye on that boy of yours, Andreas. See that he minds how much he takes. Young boys eat too goddamn much. Peter, stop that. Andreas is our guest. Why don't you lead us in grace? Fine. And no one take fucking seconds. We pray again for our beloved Christine, gone now these many years. Who's Christine? And also from my father, taken from us by the merciless greed of that bastard Ab. Peter. Forgive me, Lord. And please help me forgive those who have wronged us. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Master Andreas, why are we the only ones with bread? Quiet. Andreas, it's so good to have you at our table again. And with another guest. Is this young man your assistant? Caspar, yes, he's my apprentice. That would explain why I saw him writing in that little journal. I remember you did the same thing when you lived here. Man. They are really getting squeezed, aren't they? Do you still draw in your journal, Andreas? I'm trying to spend more time on the land. It's hard to be in touch with God's splendor in a city like Nuremberg. Mom said you know a lot about the proper names for birds and trees and things. How nice that you have the time. We toil all day, and that despicable abbot is starving us all while he sips on his sacramental fucking wine. Lay off him, Dad. He's only just got here. Well, the fate's been treating you us for years. The house looks good, very sturdy, and freestanding. Cough. Ugh. The Lord is testing us with another hot season, I'm afraid. You must have noticed that Peter's father is no longer with us. The winter after you left was a difficult one. With all the taxes we owed, it was hard to make ends meet. We didn't. We didn't make ends meet. Dad. A little kindness from the abbot could have spared us, but no. I'm sorry. Sorry? Why? You don't control the abbot's cruel heart. Anyway, the debt was my responsibility to pay. And I failed. And this year, the whole family's been ill, Andreas. Peter, Ursula with an ague, and me, well... Claire lost a child in childbed a year ago now. A tragedy. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, Andreas. It was some time ago, but well, such things linger. It was. Surely the child is with the Lord. Oh. Don't think about it, just keep the conversation going. You're already thinking about it. Just leave me alone for a while. Alright, just for a while. The Lord doesn't seem to look our way any longer. That's why it's time for us to take matters into our own hands. What? Eating? Not the table. Please, can we not talk about this now? Jorg here was married a while you were away, Andreas. Really? To whom? To me, Andreas. Why else do you think I'm here? Of course, you two make a good match. Jorg has been good to me. There aren't many other options in Tassing anyway. It's been a couple springs, but I'm still not used to being married. Congratulations, I'm happy for you. Thanks, Andreas. It's been one blessing in a dark season. The children soon to come, I hope. What? I don't get it. Do you? Oh, forget it, Ursula. What have you been up to, Andreas? Fussing with unfortunately trying to keep my ink sweat, canvas dry. Let's see. Should I say my life seems so far from theirs now? Don't leave them waiting. I think you're rude if you don't say something. Nuremberg's miserable. Must be a real burden having so many rich men lining up to give you money. Cough, 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 cough. Ursula, maybe you should excuse yourself and rest. You're sick. But Mom, I'm still hungry. Here, Ursula, you can have mine. It's not fair that nobody gets any bread besides Master Andreas and me. Stop! Ursula, give it back to him. I'm not gonna have people in this town saying we ain't feed our goddamn guests. Besides, we all have work to get back to, don't we? Good. Time to get back to it, Andreas. We'll see you and your boy later. My apologies, didn't mean to overstay. It's all right, Andreas. He's just in a bad mood. It was lovely to see you again. Yes, thank you for coming, Andreas. Will you be staying for St. John's Eve? I'm not sure yet. All right. Well, maybe we'll see you later. Until then. Dear, go to sleep. Should be real. Just doing a last minute check here. Sins of Saul, the sin of Saul. Master, did you hear that? Sounded like someone crying out. I think it's Sister Emily. She's a mystic. She may be having one of her visions. Sister Amelie, are you all right? Philistines, this is the hand of God. Compline? Compline. Sister, is something happening at Compline? It's complying right now. No! Sister Emily? You're the artist, Andreas? You remember me? I see you were here when the Baron was killed. You've changed. Hopefully for the better. God knows. Though he reveals and hides at his will, he always knows in our heart, even if we do not know it ourselves. I wish Father Thomas was here. Would you like Caspar to go get him? If he could, yes. His house is just around the corner. Caspar, run and get Father Thomas. Yes, Master Andres. Your son? My apprentice. I think of him like a son. He seems eager to please you. He is quite I feel his devotion is misplaced in me. He sees you as a father, and he wants to honor you as any Christian child should. But as Paul told the Ephesians, fathers must not provoke anger in the children through ill treatment. I have little advice from mothers and fathers that does not come from Scripture. My world is one of spirit, decoupled from the march of life and death. I see and hear your world turning from this little window, but they are mercifully small glimpses. You chose a difficult life. The life is not difficult, but the choice was. My life belongs to God, and its rituals are mine to endure in this cell. Your world is a world of normal lives and normal thoughts. It can be difficult to hear the divine, much less make sense of it. I have no will to be part of that world. I strive to have no will at all, but to subordinate myself to the will of God. When my will is His will, He graces me with visions, confusing though they may be. That surely could be interpreted with Scripture. Few things are certain in this world. Scripture is a guide and aid, not a key to unlock all mysteries of heaven and earth. I have faith that what He wants to be revealed will be revealed in time. Until then, my responsibility is to contemplate these revelations and seek counsel in Father Thomas. Sister, what is that hole in the ground? My grave. What? I dug it before Father Thomas read me my funeral rites. Before I was enclosed here, I dig a little more in it each day. Most people find it shocking, but this is my devotion, my vocation. Once someone finds their calling, they must answer it fully. Morbid? Yeah, you could say that's morbid, right? I would. What if the calling is wrong? I wish I could give a helpful answer, but I don't know. I felt this was my calling even before I could admit it to myself. Is your calling in question, Andreas? Is your life? Both, I think. You'll all slowly dig your own graves? Metaphorically, yes. Physically, no. I've lost my love. My love for art, love for family, love for anything. The last 7 years have been hard. It was all too much for me. Don't lose hope, Andreas. The human heart is no small thing. It can hold so much. Andreas, thank you for sending Caspar. It seemed prudent. Are you alright, Sister Amelie? Yes, Father. I may have had another vision. I remember little of it. Master Mahler and his apprentice heard nothing specific. That is unfortunate, but I'm glad you are all right. Andreas, Caspar, could you excuse us? We appreciate your help, but I must tend to her now in the church. Of course, Father. Good evening. God bless you both. Master Andreas, I'm confused. What did all that mean? I'm not sure, but the last time I heard Sister Emily have a vision, it was just before the Baron was murdered. What? Do you think... Could Sister Emily be receiving warnings? It's possible, yes. If someone's going to be murdered, how do we stop it? We just have to keep our eyes open and our wits about us. Come, Caspar. Let's retire for the evening. Second vision. In church, we heard Sister Emily have another strange vision. She spoke of the sin of Saul and complain. It's an unsettling omen considering what happened last time I visited one of her visions. We're gonna go into the forest. Look for spoopies. Smokey. Oh, hello, Master Mahler. You're looking well. Thank you, Smokey. How are you? I'm well enough, I guess. Vaxlaw went his way a few years ago, which I suppose was bound to happen. I miss the company sometimes, but now there ain't no to keep me from my gossip. No one to tell it to either. Have I missed much? Yeah, the things I could tell you since you left, Tassin. We'll be here till kingdom come. Oh? I did see another Imperial Reichspost carrier ride from the Abbey a few days ago. Brother Guy dropped the bag once. Looked heavy. And the Abbey must be doing better than that Abbot is letting on. Do you think this game actually contains supernatural elements, or it'll all be logically explained in the end? That's a good question. Right now, I'm thinking it's all logical, because it's kind of historical accuracy, I guess, or historical fiction. But I'd welcome the left turn. What do you think? You think you agree? Yeah. Does that happen often? Once or twice a month? Odd with what the Abbot's been saying about the Abbey struggling. Doesn't help that the Abbot has tightened restrictions so close to St. John's Eve, too. Townsfolk get up all sorts of mischief then. What sort of mischief? Wager Johann and Cat will find some corner to play in again. Tanner, you'd know the answer to that. You've seen a playthrough of this game already. It's practically tradition at this point. Veronica and Brigitte might go out for a midnight dip by the waterfall, too. They've been swimming out there for years. Now everyone's getting clever, trying to stay out from the Abbot's eye. Rightly so, he's an ass. I didn't see you in the town commons during Otto's speech. Aren't you standing with the peasants? Well, their cause doesn't really affect me, does it? I'm as worried as anyone about soldiers rushing through here, but the new taxes and restrictions don't bother me. I understand why they're upset, but I've been doing fine out here with less than they have. Nothing will change for me if they get their way. There's a lot of info in the journal, so I'd assume we could piece it together logically. At least that's my guess. Agreed. I'm with you on that, yeah. You can still support them. I don't want to get involved. I'm fine as I am. Supporting them would be the proper Christian thing to do, I guess. Or when have any of them done the Christian thing for me? You provide a useful service. Take pride in that. The Christian way is to help without expecting anything in return. It's the giving that counts. Easy for men of means to be benevolent. All I want is fairness, decency. I've given them my work for years, but they refuse to treat me right. They mock me for my blind faith, since I have to keep a constant eye on the kiln for days on end and can't go to church as often. They laugh at the way I stink. Can't help that, you know. Hence, one must be even stronger of heart to forgive them their follies. You know, you're right. You don't owe them shit. Not sure I have it in me. Oh well, enough of that. Thanks for stopping by, Master Mahler. Till later, Smokey. Till then. I reckon. Still got the 2 innocents. Yeah. Where are we going next? Let's go to the mill and the Roman ruins. I dare go back to the abbot and the abbey right now. Poor Caspar's just gotta run with me. I want to run around, you're stuck running with me. Everything's locked away. Alright. Oh, cute. Alright. It's Batman and Boy Wonder. Oh wait, no, just Gabe and some kid. Yep. That is a true statement. I like how the hat comes off indoors. Nice detail. Yeah, there's a lot of good details to this. Getting late, should get some rest. Go to sleep. Meet Illuminata at the library. Did you drop this, Caspar? No, I don't think so, Master. That script looks beautiful, Master Andreas. Did you write that? You were warned. Warned? What does it mean? Warned about what? It has to do with the murder that happened the last time I was here. How? I thought they caught the murderer. Yes, but it's complicated. Let's just head up to the library, Caspar. All right, Master. Someone else is gonna get got. Hello, Master Mahler. I knew that one. I guess I didn't forget all my German. Nice. Hello, Andreas. Fucking Samuel. Hello, Andreas. And we're off. It's gonna get awkward. Andreas. Brother Guy, what are you doing out here? Father Gernot asked me to inform the townsfolk that the shrine is closed. Closed with everything going on? Whatever for? Father Abbot has ordered that we bring the hand into the church. The pilgrims are still welcome to come in and visit the relic, but it's off limits to the townsfolk. What? Why? The abbot has had enough of the peasants and townsfolk rebelling against the abbey. He is the rightful lord. The abbot has been more than generous, but he will not let this 12 articles drivel pass. The abbot refuses to leave the relic at risk of destruction. The hand of St. Moritz is the only thing keeping the abbey open. Tassing relies on St. Moritz just as much as the abbey. What about the faith of the townsfolk? Then they can stop engaging in such heretical and sinful behavior. The abbot is trying to protect the relic, nothing more. What about their complaints? Father Abbot has done all he can. Until the peasants can see reason, the relic will remain in the church. I pray the townsfolk and the abbey can resolve this quickly. As do I. God bless you, Andreas. Oh yeah, there was a sister that was killing rabbits with a shovel. I'm sorry, Scouter, you're right. Forgot all about that. Hello? Who's there? Hello, Sister Marguerite. It's Andreas Mahler, the artist. Oh, Master Mahler, Mother Illuminata said you'd return. Is there someone else with you? Yes, my apprentice, Caspar. Hello. God bless you, Caspar. You smell even more of a paint than your master. Sister Marguerite is blind. She relies on her other senses, Caspar. Oh, thank you. Ah, you're funny. Anyway, I should go. Mother Illuminata doesn't like it when we're distracted from our duties. Of course. Until later, sister. God bless you, Master Mahler, and you too, Caspar. Pet the cat. You remember me from 7 years ago, right? Yeah. 7 years ago. Alright. Where's he want us? Scriptorium. Got it.
Andreas Mahler, how wonderful to see you. Have you been well?
Well enough, yes.
Good. You look healthy. What brings you back here?
I wanted to pay my respects to Brother Piero.
Ah, of course. Sorry, Andreas. I know it's a small consolation, but he lived a long life with little pain. He died quite suddenly during the louds. He was well loved by everyone here, even those who might pretend otherwise. I'm sure he appreciates the gesture. As for your visit, I cannot speak with the abbot's authority, but you are always welcome company.
How's your Italian coming along?
As non è troppo male. It's not too bad. I've been reading every Italian medical text Klaus Drucker can send his hands on.
Really? How many's that?
Oh, I haven't been counted, but many. Leonesino's text on the French disease, which might have been helpful for the Baron all those years ago. The Facilis Medicinae, a new printing from Venice. Wonderful woodcuts. Oh, the Flowers of Medicine from Salerno. Did you know they've translated into Hebrew? Occitan? Imagine that. Imagine a peasant in the fields of Provence, reading the medical wisdom of Salerno.
Oh, he's become learned. Might be your favorite character? He seems kind of cool. It's truly remarkable.
What a wonder these books are. Ah, I got carried away. Anyway, it's good to see you, Andreas. Until later.
Until then. Not a bad guy, yeah. No problem, David. Do your thing. It's all good in the hood. Brother Piero, 1450, 1525. 75. Rest in peace, my old friend. Mother Cecilia, 1463 to 1522. The headstone is well made. Her family must have commissioned it. Oh, Master Andreas. It's been so long. It's good to see you, Brother Volkbert. How are you? I am well. I'm a monk now. Brother Lucas, too. I still do the same work, but now I have the same robes as the other brothers. Has the abbot been treating you well? Yes, he has. The work is hard, but I am happy. It's good to hear. I'll leave you to your work, brother.
God bless you, Master Andreas.
Did I ever set foot in this thing? Fuck. Cemetery. Go north. We'll go north this way. Actually, the grave is not there anymore. Wonder what happened to it.
Hello, who's this?
It's Andreas, Brother Adoc. Andreas Mahler.
Oh. Oh, Andreas, the fine young artist from Nuremberg.
Not quite so young anymore, brother.
No, you're still young. When you were last here, I thought I was old. I was wrong. Now I feel the true measure of years on these bones. Like the waves of the wide sea on the cliffs of Portgagen. Time has worn me down. Enough of that. How have you been, Andreas?
I've been well, thank you.
I'm glad to hear it.
You seem more at ease now than when I was last here.
Do I? Maybe so. I may have been worked in the scriptorium beyond the limits of this body. It pained my joints and strained my brotherly love for Guy. The scriptorium took my sight and the use of my hands, but when it closed, it also took the pain from my heart. The abbot is content to let me serve the Lord through prayer and contemplation. So it also contents me. Sorry, Andreas, but I must rest now. It's good to hear your voice at Kirsau again. God bless you.
God bless you, Brother Adoc. What do you make of the highlighted words? I know God's always red, but other words are highlighted sometimes too. Is it just to indicate importance? I think, when there have been times where Andreas goes into his head and talks to the figures, like Socrates and the devil and the father and the lady. I think some of those words are color-coded to ascribe to that person in his brain, which I believe is the aspects of him. The philosophical in Socrates, the mischief in the devil, the kindness in the lady, and then the purity in the guy. Because there was a word earlier, gamble, or there was a word that was green that seemed to relate to me, a mischievous type of word. Blaine was blue, I think. Yeah. I think that was the lady's color. I don't quite remember, but I think that's what it's ascribed to. The colors, I think, are associated with those people. I'm assuming. That's what I'm assuming. The scriptorium fell into disrepair quickly after Father Gano closed the library. Zdania! Oh, Andreas, you're back. Hello, Sister Zdania. That's all you have to say? Hello? Of course. God bless you, sister. Oh, still an ass, I see. Still, I hear you're a master artist now. I'm impressed. You know, I've grown as well, in a variety of ways. Oh, you'll have to show me sometime? Sister, that night was just that, one night. Sister Zdania, I appreciate your interest, but show me sometime. Ugh, Andreas, I'm not indulging you again. Wait, was it that bad? No, it wasn't. What happened afterward was bothersome. Thank God Sister Gertrude knows her plants. I don't... Oh. You fell pregnant. Shh. Yes, thankfully Sister Gertrude helped me end it before a fortnight had passed, so the fetus was yet unformed. Convenient, I don't need rumors about how I sired a bastard from a nun. I'm sorry I put you in that position. I chose that path as much as you did, Andreas. I'm living with the consequences. I didn't know they went that far. If Sister Gertrude's remedy hadn't worked, I would have been defrocked and my family would have disowned me. I nearly lost everything, all for one stupid fling with you. I was sick for days on end and still have terrible cramps, but still, it's not as bad as it could have been. You didn't know this, Tanner? I'm grateful Sister Gertrude was able to keep you well. Me too. That was a good night. I still remember Mother Illuminata's face. Her expression was illuminating. Oh God, Andreas. You should have heard the tongue wagging she gave me afterward. Quite impressive. It's good to see you again, Andreas. Likewise, sister. I shall return to my duties. Thank you for speaking with me. Until later. So I'm playing some aspects of this game that you don't know about, Tanner. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know if that's good or bad. I do know, though, fortunately or unfortunately, it's that time where I have to go and get some water, use the bathroom. The little dude just standing there listening. Yeah, I know. Casper's like, the fuck is going on? I'm going to go use the little boy's room, use the bathroom, get some water. I'll be right back. While I'm gone, Tanner, Danny, unless Danny's not here. No. Loco, you're in charge. Keep everything chill, Loco. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Just to get something to drink, use the bathroom. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Or go. You can break too. It's okay. I'm done talking. I'll be back. I love how Danny's now the enforcer. Right? Like we're all here. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're back. Sorry, John. Didn't mean to disappoint. Thanks, Gutter. You fucking twat. Wow. Wow. Would you look at that? He did it. Knowing that I couldn't yell at anyone else. John, you fucking nerd. Thank you for the 10 gifted that you most definitely did not have to do. It's very appreciated. It's very kind of you. Wholly unnecessary. No one here should feel obligated to gift subs or donate bits or do anything monetary if they don't wish. As I always state, your presence alone is all that matters. But thank you, John. You son of a bitch. Now, with that said, shall we? God bless you, Andreas. It has been too long. I know Father Abbot made it clear you were not to return when you left, but we had hoped to hear from you. I don't want to go, you can't make me. I'm going. You either come with or let's stay behind. Yes, my apologies. You're right, of course. Good to see you again, Mother Illuminata. This is my apprentice. It's good to see you again. God bless you, Mother Superior. God bless you, young Caspar. Hey, Banishak, welcome in. No greeting for your favorite library helper? Sister Zelena? Sorry you have to see it in such a state. It sees very little use these days. What happened? After Baron Rothvoger's murder, we had fewer and fewer wealthy patrons. The small number that held out lost interest. It's easier to commission new work from the Guild of St. Luke or individual masters in big cities like Nuremberg. Father Gernot saw no reason to keep the scriptorium or library open. Most of the books here have been suffering of neglect. Well, I'm glad you're here, Banishak, and I hope you enjoy your vacation. After Mother Cecilia's death, neither I nor Sister Zdena had the time to maintain our inventory. That's terrible. Curacao was one of the last scriptoria. Yeah. As Brother Pierre was fond of saying, all things change in time. Now all that remains are books for sale to interested parties, a task that Father Gernot has entrusted to me. And Sister Zdena, of course. Well, I'm eager to look through your inventory. Master Andreas, maybe you could find a book for little Magdalene, something that's not in print yet. Excellent idea, Caspar. Parsifal, perhaps Klaus would not object to this romance given its emphasis on Christian virtues. The German is a little dated, but I'm sure she'll figure it out with Klaus's help. Who knows, maybe it'll inspire her imagination. I think these are Latin translations of some of Origen's homilies. Also, it looks like it's partially burned. Really not a great gift for a young... wait. This is the same bookhand as the notes I found when the Baron was murdered. Whoever wrote this is responsible for writing the notes. I need to ask Illuminata about this. Copy of Jacobus de Voragines' The Golden Legend. Every good Christian should know the legend of the saints. And the Latin is simple enough that she should be able to read it before long. Oh, Richard de Bury, Philo Biblion. It's a text on the collection and preservation of books. Maybe this is where Illuminata and Cecilia learned all their tricks. Certainly a good book for a printer's daughter. Albertus Magnus's De Animalibus. It's ostensibly a bestiary, but it contains so much more knowledge on a variety of topics. This could inspire an interest in animals and the natural world. Beautiful illustrations as well. Have you decided on any books to purchase? Yes, just one. Animal. Certainly given your love of nature, you already knew all the information contained inside. Perhaps this would be for Klaus Drucker's daughter, Magdalene. The Latin may pose a challenge for her, but I'm sure with persistence she can overcome it. Is there anything else you need? Yes, Mother Illuminata. What do you know about this book? I don't know anything. This is the first time I've seen it. Where'd you find it? I've seen it on one of the lower shelves. I don't think it's in our catalog. It's burned around the edges. Why? How can I find out where it came from or who wrote it? If it's not in our catalog, I'm afraid I don't know whom you could ask. If it was a recent edition, the only people who would know were Mother Cecilia and Father Matthias. It's a shame because whoever scribed this book wrote the letters I found while investigating the Baron's murder. The ones in the fine bookhand? Brother Adok told me about them. Perhaps he knows something about this book. He's been here longer than any of us. Why would this person who wrote the letters have scribed a book in our library? Well, that's the question. Whoever did it is the thread puller. Huh? Someone who was manipulating people at Kirsau and Tassing, pulling at threads to provoke someone into killing the Baron. I thought one of the brothers killed the Baron. He did, but the Baron was lured to the chapter house by someone who knew Kirsau and Tassing's secrets. Well, I'm afraid we can't be of any more help to you in determining the book's provenance. However, as it's not in our catalog and it's already damaged, I doubt Father Abbot would mind if you kept it. Excellent. Thank you. I'm glad someone bothered to save it from the flames. Huh. Eat with the Druckers. God bless you, Andreas. Aw. Out to the scriptorium. Greetings, Master Mahler. We're off to Tassing to eat at the drinker's house. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate. 1 second. I have successfully hydrated. Thank you. I heard this game is very brutal. Is that true? I don't think it's brutal. It's like historical fiction. It doesn't cut corners, but I don't think it's brutal per se. I mean, there's a little kid right there petting a kitten. Sure, we saw some guy get beheaded earlier, and before that, a guy getting his head bashed in. But those are all, that was after the fact. I don't think this is too brutal of a game. Doesn't cut corners, just heads. Right. You're still a boy wonder? I guess he's going to stick with me forever and ever. Common European things. Exactly, Andre. You're back. Good. Almost ready to sit down to eat. Would you and Caspar care to join us? Of course. Thank you, Klaus. Welcome back, Andreas. Caspar. Andreas, these are my friends, Benjamin and Rachel Summerfield. They're on the way back to Prague. Good day. Hello, excuse me for not getting up. It's a bit difficult. Of course, I understand. It's nice to meet you both. Hello. Hello. That sounded like a real word, Klaus. She's learning more of them every day. She'll be reading before long. That's a wonderful segue to the gift that I've brought her. Oh? Consider it a small apology. Well, all right, let's see this small apology. Here you are. Albertus Magnus de Animalibus? Andrea, she's only 2 years old. You can read it until she's ready. I'm sure she'll learn quickly in a printer's house. Thanks for this. It's a nice thought. We should probably pray before we eat, assuming the Summerfields don't mind. Not at all. We're accustomed to being guests in Christian homes. Thank you for asking, Klaus. All right, I'll lead the prayer then. Yup. Yup. Yep. Yep. Klaus, thank you again for letting us stay here. It's been such a long trip. Oh, is it time? No, I'm fine, I think. I'm just sore everywhere. Oof. Anyway, we'd hoped to get home weeks ago, but the fighting has made it slow progress from Basel. Is your home in Prague? Tessing is hardly on the way to Prague. Is your home in Prague? Yes, we run a print shop there. Have you ever been to Bohemia? And he switches the text because they're a printer as well. No, I've been in Aragon for the past few years. Oh, I've heard it's spectacular. For Christians. Well, you're all welcome here. Tessing hasn't seen this many artists under one roof in a while. It's amazing to see how far printing has come so quickly. They're incredible. Wrong. Similar. It's amazing to see how so far printing has come so quickly. Some of the engravings I've seen are incredible. And new techniques, new types, new styles are being developed every year. Goddamn Protestant Bohemians. Sorry, Andre. Benjamin's trying to make more readable script for Yiddish. We have typeface for Hebrew, but it would be nice to have something separate for Yiddish. I suppose it would be a little easier to read than the Hebrew square type. Yes, exactly. Spoken like a man who understands the value of legibility. We expect our rabbis and the boys in the yeshivat to read Hebrew in the standard type, but it's difficult for others. It's like our writing to be more accessible, especially to those who only read Yiddish. Here, something like this. I'll be sure to send you some samples when I'm finished, Klaus. Good, I'd like that. Oh! Hmm? Yes, I'm fine. Klaus, what are you working on? I need to get ready to sell to travelers as the pass is open. But lately I've been printing the 12 articles for the town. 12 articles! Thanks to Father Thomas, everyone in town can read at least as well enough to make it through that sheet. It's got a lot of people talking and a lot of coming over to Otto's way of thinking. Well, you heard him say it yourself, Andreas. What do you think of what's happening in Tassing? The abbot's in a difficult position. He's just trying to find a way through it. The abbot's always been an ass. What do you expect? You're not wrong. I remember what happened to Attilia's house. The abbot took it away. She lost everything. She works for Father Thomas now. She what? I was as surprised as you are now. We all were, but that was the only charity available to her. Sorry, not trying to bring up bad memories. I was just trying to say that things have been hard on the peasants for years. It's just gotten worse lately. If the abbey is in such a bad state, there must be someone the abbot can appeal to for more money. Ooh, the Pope? The Duke of Bavaria may lend him military aid, but money's unlikely. He could try to sit down with Otto and work something out. Otto's tried to reason with him. The abbot won't listen. White bread, apple pie, mushroom pottage. Pottage. We're sympathetic to what's happening here. We saw it all through Swabia. Peasants are suffering. It's true, but I worry what would happen in Tassing. Oh! I'm fine. This woman. Peasants are no match for the soldiers of the Swabian League. What is the Swabian League? Soldiers of mobility, nuclear peace. Mercenary soldiers for hire. We can't speak to the motives, as we tried to stay far from them, but they were intimidating even at a distance. Swabia mentioned start naming my hometown and we are getting somewhere. Andre, I'm working on it, okay? If the peasants aren't careful, Tassing could draw the wrong sort of attention. I know that Otto and the peasants are taking a risk, but I believe Otto will keep things peaceful. Anyway, it's not the Swabian League we have to worry about, but the soldiers of the Duke of Bavaria. Bavaria! The Prince Bishop has the church's authority, but the Duke's lands surround Tassing and Kirsau. Sorry what happened to your family, and I'm sorry I never wrote back. That's it. I'm sorry. Awkward. Just blurted that out. Ah, pfft. Oh. Oh, this is it. This is it. Oh no, I was afraid of this. We can't travel now. This is all my fault. We should have left Basel earlier. I love you, Benjamin. Be quiet. I don't care. I need help. Yes, we need a midwife. Is there one who would accept Rachel? Agnes is the midwife. Could you get her? Klaus? Yes, I should get her. Agnes has delivered every child in Tassing as long as I can remember. She would never turn any woman away. Thank you, Klaus, you're a mensch. Enough with the thanks. Get me the midwife. Yes. Andreas, you're forgiven. Caspar, it was good to have you over, but you both have to leave. Thank you, Klaus. Good luck, Rachel. Thank you. I'll need it. I'll go fetch Agnes. Thank you for joining us, Andreas. I almost forgot. You should go see the bonfire preparations in the town commons. You missed them on your last visit. Klaus! I'm going. Thank you, Klaus. We'll be going. Take care. Preparing the bonfire in the town commons. Klaus taking his time, right? Bro was like, also I wrote something the other day. You want to check that out? I tell you. You're that artist who came here a few years ago around the time of the murder. True, I came to pay my respects to Brother Piero at the Abbey. One of the monks say I'm not too fond of the Holy Brothers or Sisters, the lot of them. Do you work for Father Thomas? Work for? I'm his slave. I clean this damn church and keep his house so I have a roof over my head. Around the time the Baron was murdered, I lost my home. That bastard, the abbot, took it from me. Now I have to rely on the charity of the church. I hate the church as much as the abbey. I wish there were a hell so I could send a lot of these holy men there. Surprised Father Thomas let you stay here. He thinks he can save me. I let him keep believing that as long as he keeps a roof over my head. Alright, well, see you later. Fine. Painting of the Virgin Mary is quite lovely, especially for such a rural church. God bless you, Andreas. Hello, Master Mahler. Hello, you're Paul, right? I don't think we spoke the last time I was in Tassing. Yeah, I was just a kid then. How you doing? I'm alright. Dad keeps talking about his new gun. It scares me. British weapons, deadly when handled by the experienced for hunting. I understand. Sight scares me too. It's alright to be afraid sometimes. Dad says that if you show your fear, you're a coward, and people will take advantage of you. Your dad's wrong, Paul. Shh! Don't talk so loudly. I need to go. Forget I said anything, Master Marla, please. Until later. Until then. He's like, bro. Bro, you're fucking up, man. Let's go to the ruins again, because there's obviously a reason we're coming down here, but whatever. I just take it a point to us just running around every time. Don't need to go back, we just came from there. Nothing down here. I guess we'll go to the commons real quick. Alright. Damn. Everyone seems to be working hard for the bonfire tonight. The commons looks festive, decorated like this. Look at all the flowers, Master, and the bonfire's huge. How's the fire coming? Those logs work out all right for you, Endris? Coming along as planned. Nearly finished. It's all in place. Good, good. All right, everyone, remember, after the bonfire tonight, we celebrate as usual. At least you familiarize yourself with the map by walking, dude. Yeah. I'm learning a little more and more every time. We will all gather in the woods, and the women will collect herbs as tradition demands. Otto, the abbot has forbidden harvesting in the forest. Please, for everyone's sake, reconsider your actions. Thank you, Father, but the abbot's orders goes against God's law. The forest belongs to all of us, as do all its game and fowl and fish. You cannot claim ownership over that which the Lord gave us to hold in common. No, I'm sorry, Father. We'll proceed as planned. Tassing has never let anything get in the way of our St. John's customs as long as I can remember. We won't start now. And remember, tomorrow I will show you proof that as sure as the sun turns around the earth, God and our saints are with us. What the fuck is he playing? Good day, Andreas. Hello, Brother Wolfstoff. You look upset at Otto's announcement. Is everything all right? Otto is becoming more aggressive in his defiance of the abbot. Father Gernot will not take this news well. That was like the festivities. Well, who's telling? Okay, who's telling? Otto just announced his plan in the commons, and Tassing is a small town. Of course the abbot will hear about it. Fair point. Why is the abbot so angry about it? Didn't you just hear Father Thomas, Andreas? The abbot declared the woods off limits. Anyway, it's not for me to say. I'm sure the abbot will tell you more. He sent me with an invitation for you to dine with him tonight. I'm sure the father will want to discuss the situation over supper. Undermining church authorities, oh no. Of course I'll attend, thank you. Does the invitation extend to Caspar as well? I'm sorry, Andreas, but Father Abbot has asked you to come by his house alone. Whew. Please tell the abbot I'll see him this evening. Well, I guess I'll see what all the fuss is about. I'll meet you back at the Golden Hand after dinner, alright? Can I have set up the festival decorations while you're with the abbot? Yes, we'll be back by sundown. All right? Yes, thank you, Master. I'll see you later. Oh, Christ. Master Andreas, you best not keep the abbot waiting. Go on, we'll meet after supper. All right, don't get into trouble. What's the worst that could happen, right, everyone? Nothing bad's gonna happen here. It's a simple meal amongst enemies. God bless you, Andreas. I'm glad to see you received my invitation. Are you ready to eat? Yes. Good. Andreas, thank you for coming to dinner. I will admit I was surprised to receive your invitation. I'm pleased to come. Yeah. Yes, well, when I heard you had returned to Tassing, the Lord convicted my heart to let bygones be bygones. He's going to poison me. I think it's high time we reconciled, Master Marler. Please sit and we will pray together. Brother Wolfslav was indeed prompt in delivering my message. I'm surprised you deigned drop by at all. You have done quite well for yourself, after all. It is good to see that your time at Kirsau was not squandered. You even look the part of the famous artist now. What have you been doing in recent years, after leaving such a mess in Tassing? You approved me a master, commission of Mary and Christ waiting in Nuremberg. I travel to Aragon. Why do you care about my successes? Yes, I've heard the Inquisition has had a difficult time with the many Jews and Muslims fleeing the country. I understand the Edict of Expulsion, Father, but the Inquisition is brutal in its methods. The Church and Crown have a duty to ensure the safety of the kingdom, Andreas. I'm sure the Inquisition is using exactly as much force as needed. Of course. Why'd you really ask me here, Abbot? In truth, I had hoped to discuss the rising tensions between the Abbey and townspeople. I'd like to clarify the situation for you, Andreas. Hold on to a grudge. Clarify what exactly? I simply want to ensure you understand the circumstances objectively, from all angles. I believe you've only heard from one side of the issue, Andreas. Otto's little speeches about taxes don't account for the entire situation. Why demand such high taxes then, Father? Yeah, we are not defending the church. What we got? Lebkuchen, plum pudding, and pheasant. What's that, Andre? The fuck is Lebkuchen? Lebkuchen. Oh, you're making me Google it. Fine. Lebkuchen. Like a brownie, I guess. Honey sweetened German cakes, molded cookies, or bar cookies. They're similar to gingerbread. Lebkuchen, Honigkuchen, or Pfefferkuchen. All right. Rocking the sweets. Definitely your favorite. Got it. With the scriptorium closure, the taxes are necessary to make up for the lost income. I need to raise taxes. I'm going to ask the bishop for help. Just because you closed it. Eat every time Christmas? Got it. Monastic scriptoria have been falling out of fashion for a century. You didn't plan for the inevitable by preparing other revenue streams. Don't put the fault on me, Andreas. These taxes are a direct consequence of your actions after you accused Ferenc. He managed the scriptorium. Kirsau was different, Andreas. Until recently, the monastery had patrons like Lorenz to help keep it going. Since then, I've been trying to find other revenue, but the other brothers won't cooperate or hear my ideas, especially Adok. Brother Guy has gone over the expenses himself. Raising taxes is the best way to cover these costs. Huh, what about prohibiting the peasants from using the forest? That's a new restriction. The forest belongs to the Abbey, and the peasants have no right to use it. Legally, it's theft. It's time for me to look that up. Translating that just messes everything up. You're being a pedantic ass sounds more reasonable. I know. Let's find... Yeah, no idea, but I'm going to say it. Fuck it. Roman platitudes serve no one here, Andreas. I don't even know what I said, but we're going with it. The wisdom of such sayings is limited, since they were written by pagans that do not acknowledge God's natural law. Oh, thank you, Andre. May have a limited education in natural law, Father, but didn't God give Adam and Eve dominion over all the earth, like the 12 articles mention? The 12 articles. That driveller's Lutheran propaganda defies the Church's authority to regulate the sinful and greedy nature of mankind. A shameful document for Klaus to print. Look at its effects on the townsfolk. I hear they will continue their disobedience by collecting herbs on St. John's Eve. The whole town knows I have forbidden it. The matter is grave, and I will excommunicate anyone who defies my order. You will condemn the town over something so petty? That is up to them. Remaining impartial will be impossible as long as you're in town. Support me in ending this foolish rebellion. You have a reputation in town, Andreas. You are a successful man, and the townsfolk believe they are like you. I'd like you to convince the other townsfolk, the printer, for example, that this uprising is not in their best interests. The rest of the town will follow, and the peasants will have no chance to resist. We can end this peacefully. I don't want the town to come to harm. It's a precarious situation, but I understand your point of view. The peasants have genuine grievances. Why not talk with them and negotiate? I want no part in this. I don't have a stake in this. The peasants are right, Father. You've been too harsh on them. I want to help you. Damn your plan and damn you. Why not talk? I am a forgiving man, but Otto's stubbornness has challenged even me. Otto is past the point of talking, Andreas. That's why I'm begging you for help in the matter. Please take more time to think about it. I apologize, we must conclude for now. I must excuse myself. I'm expected to lead a service at Compline tonight. Think on what we've discussed, Andreas. I trust you can find your way out. I will, Father Abbot. Good night. Huh. There was a note. Supper. Give me his perspective on the unrest between the abbey and the town. Must use your influence. Sure, turn to the common and find Caspia. Wish I could find the note. What was it that she said? The sin of Saul? The first monarch of Israel. According to the Old Testament, Saul was divinely rejected from the kingship after disobeying the prophet Samuel's instructions. So, what's-his-face is heading to Compline, where Amelie was saying Compline over and over again. I wonder if someone's going to die. Of course someone's going to Compline. Monastic hour. Oh, one of the little hours of prayer. The monks and nuns retire to the dormitories. Alright, so it's a time, not a place. Sorry, working on projects while watching a few streams when I'm present. No, Scudder, you're fine, dude. Do whatever you want, man. We're good. You and I are good. Got nothing else, really. Evening, Andreas. Say, how do you like the bonfire? We built it nice this year, big and sturdy. fine setup, Carl. Excellent work. I know we can't compare to where you come from, but we still give it our all in celebration of the light who prepared the way for our Lord. Anton, you remember Andreas Mahler, master artist? Yeah, I've seen him around town. Son, be polite. Hello, Master Mahler. How are you? I am well, thank you, young man. Anton's a good boy, let me tell you. A bit of a rascal, as you can see, but he's got a good head and a good heart. Likes to hide it, though. Ah, Dad, will you stop? Ah, easy to rile you up, just like your mother. How is Hilaria? She'll join us later. She and Martha to dip their toes into the stream and to pick some flowers for the garlands and wreaths. It's important to hold to traditions. You're right. Besides, me, Martha, and Helena will come across the blossom of a fern out there. What's so funny about that? Ferns don't flower. That means no power to speak with animals for you, boy. I doubt they'd have anything interesting to say anyway. Ha! Animals can't talk. I'm not a baby, you know. Indeed you're not, even as you're a bit short for your age. Dad? I joke. Now let's enjoy the celebration. Speaking of, what do you think of the festival so far, Anton? It's fine, I guess. I like the fires when they're lit. The mountains get to twinkle like the stars. I don't like when people get drunk and rowdy as the night goes on. They get into fights and all. But your dad keeps the trouble away, yes? Yeah, he doesn't like it when those damn bastards, goddamn bastards, go too far. Language, boy. God doesn't look kindly on blaspheming. But those are your words, Dad. Unless you don't quote me, quote the scripture instead. It's better for your soul. You listen to your father, Anton. I will, I do. Jesus. Hey, what'd I just say? Don't your mother catch you with that mouth? Well, why don't you get back to the festivities now? It was a pleasure. Until later, Andres. Bye. Well, Martin, look who it is. Good evening, Andreas. Andreas, you're staying for the festival, I hope? Of course he's staying. Who would miss this, especially after you burly boys built such a beautiful bonfire? A boater boy like me would do anything for you, Dove. Couldn't help myself. Both feeling very festive, I see. The food, the fires, the dancing. It really is a night to enjoy. It's to honor the anniversary of the birth of Blessed John, a vigil for he who prepared the way. Yes, yes. He'd have liked everyone to have a good mood in their hearts and good food in their bellies. As a hermit who wandered in the desert living off locusts and wild honey, he probably wouldn't agree. I'd like to live off some wild honey myself, if you catch my meaning. So are you going to heed Otto's call and go into the forest? No, I'm really not looking for trouble. There's enough of that going on around. Even though you supported him earlier? He speaks his mind on what's important, but like I've said, I have no personal interest to provoke the abbot. We are God-fearing people, Andreas. What did you argue about with Otto anyway when I first saw you in the meadow? Oh, nothing to note. Andreas, please, enough of this talk. We're here to celebrate. And Martin and I will dance until our legs begin to waver. Isn't that right? Would not miss it for the world. It's delightful. Hope you have a great evening. You as well, Andreas. Until later. Hello, Master Mahler. Evening, Till. Enjoying the festive festival? Very much so. I perhaps feel a tad old for the more active side of the celebrations, but I enjoy the sights and sounds. Do you know, the word for the summer solstice leads back to the Romans? solstitium. The sun stands still. Just such as it looks this time of year. The sun rises higher for a long time, and then it stays there before falling again. A fitting allegory for the great cosmic era of mankind, rise and fall. To make up for that, dancing, leaping, songs, joy and mirth. The Romans also had sacred celebrations for both Juno and Vesta around this time, to gain blessings for marriage and family. Sometimes it seems as if the festivals are made up to cover for what the young folk get up to. We know there's no stopping them, not really. Sure couldn't stop me at that age. Young hearts are both fickle and resolute. And don't they just always enjoy the sense of danger? The foolishness of youth. Wouldn't be so sure. It's how we get our experience. But I admit, I'd rather read about it these days. Well, the Abbey's selling books from the library. Hope I could get some for myself, but it proved to be far too expensive. Klaus and his printings have proven to be of more use and a fair bit cheaper. Have you come across any interesting tales? I have indeed, Master Mahler. Well, I didn't quite understand everything. The text was in Latin. It was by a Roman named Strabo, and it was about a geography, and that's why I noticed it. The noted philosopher and historian. He was actually Greek by birth. I imagine you were reading his Geographica. Yes, that could have been it. The book was about many kinds of barbarians, which also included the Reti tribe I read about years ago. People who used to live on this very land before the Romans arrived. He called this place Ratium and described it as a cluster of daub huts and its people hostile and warlike, only interested in hunting and fighting. There was something about Matters and his sons, but I couldn't understand a lot of it. In any case, when the Romans came, most of these locals were driven out, but some were captured to work in the fields and the mines. What were they mining? Salt, I guess. Used to be the backbone of this land. Probably the locals. No idea. I would imagine that after the Romans were driven off, when their empire started falling apart, maybe the barbarians came back. Were they really the same people, or nomads from elsewhere? I guess we may never know. Thanks for the quick history. I'll let you get back to the festivities. Enjoy yourself tonight, Master Mahler. Till later. Andreas. Salutations. You must be that illustrious artist. Balthazar Eisenkopf. Pleasure to meet you. Call me Balthus, please. It's much more familiar. Master Andreas Mahler, pleased to meet you. Yes, you're Master Mahler, we all know. Let's cut the long-winded pleasantries. What brings you to Tassing, Balthus? Balthazar here decided to stay in this god-forsaken town for whatever unfathomable reason after his cart broke. It is not unfathomable. I enjoy the calming vistas, the peace and quiet. It has been neither lately. And what is it that you do, Balthus? He's an inventor, of course. I make all manner of mechanical contraptions. For all the use it is. The mind of the inventor exists to create, to build, to go one step further. One step further toward the garbage heap. It makes sense you'd also be rude to your friends, Werner. What's it supposed to mean? Yes. Perhaps you'll find a friend yourself someday, Master Mahler. Andreas, have you had the chance to look around town tonight? I imagine the sights could be inspiring to your artistic mind. What do you mean? Well, look at the peasant ingenuity on display. The bonfire itself, for example. It is built to allow the air and the heat to flow through it at great speed, and how it roars. It's a clever piece of construction, but Otto's a clever man. It's a feat almost worthy of an university degree. These people have natural traditions. They've managed to figure out many clever things without even the most cursory education. It is knowledge that hails from preceding generations, lived experience passed along the chain of time. Not quite the knowledge of a rigorously educated mind, perhaps, but nonetheless useful. Our ancestors are smarter than us, not individually, but taken together. Indeed, you have an inventor's insight. Scribblings on parchment and paint on cloth, surely the work of an intellectual master artist. Neither of you know these people like I do. God has assigned them their place in the order of the world for good reason. There's some merit in learning from the peasants, even you, Werner, given their understanding of herbal remedies. Our traditions are profane. Consider the evil St. John, tainted by the pagan rituals. It's an affront to Christ. St. Eligius warned against precisely this nearly 1,000 years ago. Where'd this newfound piety come from? Don't pretend to know anything about me. I've been on the pilgrimage to Aachen. I have visited the marriage shrine and stood in presence of those holy relics. To be in the presence of St. John the Baptist's beheading cloth was an experience I will never forget. I've seen the reliquary several times on my visits to Antwerp. Seems to have done you a little good. Perhaps you should visit again. Now, let us keep peace in our hearts as brothers in Christ. We're here to celebrate. I'll let you continue with your evening then. Good night. A very good night. Oh, and do come by my workshop, Master Mahler. I would love to exchange ideas. It would be my pleasure. Splendid. Until then. Mahler. Master Andreas, look at how big the bonfire is. The decorations are so fancy. The St. John's Eve Festival is a big event for Tassing. I missed it last time I was here. Haven't you ever been to a festival like this? No, I've never seen anything like it. Can I stay at the bonfire and see the costumes and watch them collect herbs, Master Mahler, please? Alright, but follow along and don't get in their way. I'm too tired for the festival. Yeah, you can stay. Yes, I promise I won't make trouble. I'll see you tomorrow, Master. Go to bed. Andreas Mahler, I never thought I'd see you back here again. I came back to pay my respects. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know the man, but I heard others speak well of him. How have you been, Helena? Well, little Martha managed to survive since your last visit, thank God. But lately, not so well. You must know about the taxes we have to deal with. Otto is trying to make the abbot see some sense, but I'm worried he's playing with fire. Carl and Peter and the other farmers support him, but it's dangerous to provoke the Duke. Yes, Carter, we left him back to enjoy the festivities. It's a Star Wars reference. God, you're rusty. Yeah, Andre, you're rusty. You should be ashamed. You should just be ashamed that you didn't get that reference. How dare you? Anton's still too young to get mixed up in all this, and we have Martha to look after now. Things already feel like they're getting out of hand. That may be, but I pray you're wrong. Now then, I'd best get back to my work. Until later, Andreas. Until then. Martha. Hi. Hello, you must be Martha. Who told you? Saint Cynthia. Really? Yeah, she said she's watching over you. That's nice. All right, I'm gonna go. Works for me. Shame on you, Andre. Huh. Those are two innocents. Been silent for the last hour? I know. Right. We're gonna get another murder tonight. I just fucking know it. Scooter. Someone will be dead when I wake up again. I just know it. Oh, dream time. Thank you, Scooter. No problem, John. What is it? Come home. I will soon. You're lying. Sometimes I think you must despise me. Maybe it's worse than that. Maybe I'm nothing to be regarded at all. What am I to you now? An annoyance? A bother? A nuisance to be ignored while you lead another life in Barcelona? Was there ever an ounce of love in your heart for me? This was never about love. Not at first, no. I suppose it was too much to hope that a seed of tenderness could grow between us. I hate talking to you when you're like this. You hate everything about me. I don't hate you. You don't love me. It doesn't matter. Go back to your work, the only thing that makes you happy. This house is so lonely without him. Stop. Your presence would only amplify the grief. Stop. Leave me alone. Leave me alone with the memory of him. Stop. Just leave me alone. Just for one night. One night where I don't have to dream about him. Please. Thank you. Who's him? A child? A dead child? Hello, August. I know you aren't going to say anything. You never say anything. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for you. Suppose there's not much one can do against plague. You get tired where you are? Last time I saw you, I said goodnight to you. I couldn't come to the bed, so I stood in the doorway. I just stood in the dark. You didn't say anything back, so I said it again. I don't know how long I stood there, just waiting for you to say goodnight. Sorry, I had to sneeze. You still look the same age to me. I wonder if I'll ever forget your face. Do I remember your mother as she is? Or am I just thinking of some perversion of Daniel's portrait? Can you ever picture someone clearly if you love them? Can you ever picture someone clearly if you hate them? I loved you, little boy. I loved you so much. Sometimes I wish I could die so I wouldn't feel it anymore. But I can't. So I retrace my steps every night, and I find my way back to her. Back to you. I love you, August. Good night. So his kid died during the plague. What happened to this place? Where's Prester John? Where's Socrates and St. Grobian? Grobian wasn't on the Ship of Fools. Would you answer me? No thoughts for Beatrice? You are Beatrice, aren't you? Once. I was a voice of caution, of prudence. And now? More and less than caution. The ache of doubt that stiffens to paralysis. Paralysis that breeds despair. Melancholia. What happened to you? What happens to you happens to us. The foundations of this city are still moored within the ocean of your mind. Its court does not rule your mind. Your mind rules the court. Once reason, curiosity, and the foolishness of youth dwelt under the aegis of your intellect. I am all that remains, the melancholy of life's autumn. How did it come to this? You have turned your gaze to your own dark center. You know the courses of your own life. You know how the choices you've made have brought you here. What am I supposed to do about it now? Change your life. Wait, I shouldn't be here. I needed to help someone. Is Casper all right? Ah, so your thoughts aren't entirely turned inward. There is still something in you that cares for others, in spite of your melancholy. Perhaps there is still hope for us. Wake up, Andreas. His mind palace is all fucked up. lot of commotion tonight. Sounds like everyone's gone to the woods. Mr. Andreas, what are you doing out here? God, I was worried when you didn't come back. Where have you been? I was at the bonfire with Killian, but I heard a ruckus from deeper in the woods. I left to go see what it was about. Father Gernot, what are you doing out here? I was chasing one of the townsfolk, but lost track of the costumed buffoon. The forest is off limits. I'll figure out who's breaking the rules and excommunicate them myself. What's that? Someone is screaming in town. They're really taking this nonsense too far this year. Let's go to town together and see what that noise was. Oh, I've never seen these flowers before. I wonder where they found them. Oh my god, a frogman. Who's that running off anyway? It's too hard to tell who's who in those stupid costumes. We can worry about that later. Let's check on the town first. Otto. Dead, yes, I'm afraid so. Someone released the rope. The platform crushed him. What? How did this happen? Baltus and Leinart and I heard the crash and stepped outside to see what happened. Right, and then we saw a figure in a costume rushing off the rat house. It was locked up in the Looney Bounty Frog Kit. It must have been whoever released the rope. What were you doing during all this, Leinart? Enjoying a light meal with these gentlemen? Oh, what a shame you can't blame me for this, Peter. Caspar, look to see if Otto had a note. Huh? Do it. Yes, child, search the smashed corpse. No, master, there's nothing. You said. What were you expecting? I'm not sure. Built character. My God! Otto! No, no. You. The abbot must have killed him. The bastard always had it out for Otto. We all knew it. We need answers. How dare you? Won't just stand here and be accused of such a foul act by a peasant. Go after him! Wait, no, the abbot was with us. He's innocent. There's no way he could have killed Otto. Caspar is right, even if we don't have any proof. No, no way he could have killed him. Grab the artist and the boy, too. We'll get to the bottom of this. Caspar, run. To the abbey. I have to push the controller, otherwise they slow down. Brothers! To the library, now! They're entering the church, this way! He You knew this was an action game? They've locked the door. Andreas, get out of the way. Otto's death demands justice. The abbot couldn't have killed Otto. He was with us when we found the body. That's true. He did arrive with you, but you don't know where he was before that, do you, Andreas? Who else would want to kill Otto? Coward, killer, Andreas, move. I'll let you in. If you go after Garneau, the real killer get away. I like to stand any more than you, but vows not to answer. We must attend to the law, whoever killed him. No mercy. Face us. He's a monster. If those monks don't come out, we'll set fire to the whole place and cook them. We've all gone mad. I don't trust you. I would trust me. I swear he wasn't the one to do it. He was with me. I was there too. Master Andreas is telling the truth. Fine, damn it. You've got one day to find whoever you think is the real killer, Andreas. Otherwise, we will come back for the abbot. Andreas, all I want is justice for my husband. Please, you must find the murderer. Otto's a good man. I won't stop until I find out who killed him. Well, I fucking knew it. The peasants are really convinced that Garneau killed Otto, but it was impossible. Peter's temper got in the way. There was no secret that Garneau and Otto were at odds. I don't wish death on the man, but the abbot is an ass. How dare I kill him? I wasn't there, Tanner. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Maybe it was you. Where were you? Huh? Answer me. Where were you, Tanner? Work? Much like you just said. A likely story. Master, Peter was furious. He's only giving you a day to find the murderer. Why'd you even agree to find who really killed Otto anyway? It didn't turn out well last time, did it? Why do it again? Everyone deserves justice. Anything to keep me from going back. The law needs to be upheld. If no one else will do it, I will. That's one way to look at it, Master. So who do you think did it then? Where do we even start? We should talk to the Landhart. He always hated the peasants and supported the abbot. He was very vocal against Otto in the town comments the other day. I've hated Otto to kill him. It's worth talking to him. Even if he didn't kill Otto, he might know who else had the motivation. What about Martin Bauer? When we saw him talking to Otto, they seemed to be arguing over something. Well, it's not likely. Martin supported Otto and the peasants. Martin was always an ass. If they had a bad enough argument, he could now. Worth talking to Martin to see what they were discussing. Yeah. Good idea. Who else? I can't think of anyone else. I want to do some more investigating to find out who the murderer is, but we better move fast. Could the murderer confess to Father Thomas? Maybe. Even if the murderer did, Father Thomas is bound by the seal of confession. He won't tell us. However, we could eavesdrop on confessions. Since St. John's Eve just happened, the townsfolk will all come in to confess. Yeah, well, the townsfolk might have heard something anyway. That's a good place to start. We could also ask around at the Golden Hand. Travelers might have seen or heard something useful. What about the person who ran by us in the forest? They were wearing these flowers. I've never seen them before. Right, we have to find the source of those flowers in the woods. That might give us some sort of connection to the killer. I know this flower. It's a marsh marigold, and it grows in wet, shaded woods. Mod this to Batman and Robin. Perhaps around the shrine of Saint Satia. The large tree in the area would provide the adequate environment. We have a lot of good places to start. Even though time is short, we have a good chance at finding the real killer. Let's get to work. Hello, Master Mala. Anything I can do for you? Yes, actually. You're pretty vocal against Otto in the town commons. What was that about? Just what I said then. I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially now. We've already had one death in Tassing. We don't need any more. You were opposed to Otto's ideas, though. He spoke against violence. Otto was an ideologue. He didn't see the reality of the situation. The Golden Hand relies on pilgrims and travelers for its business, Andreas. If Otto got his way, everything would be chaos. Swabia is burning as it is. We need the law to live civilized lives, Andreas. What Otto was advocating for scared me. I'll do whatever I can to find the murderer and instill order again. Thank you, Master Mala. I wish you the best of luck. Master Mala, is there anything I can do for you? Have you heard of anyone here talking about Otto's murder? Not just talking about it, but, you know. Scudder, you have redeemed 6 degrees of bacon. Do you understand what you have just redeemed and why? Yes, you do. All right. Looking for an actor right now. And we have to connect that actor to Kevin Bacon within 6 connections. Not just talking about it, but, you know. Yeah, you know. Exactly. Like they had something to do with it? Oh no, I think I remember something like that. Shun Oguri? I don't know who the fuck Shun Oguri is. Shun Oguri. Japanese actor and voice actor. Bro. I do not recognize this person. I do not recognize a single thing this individual has been in as an actor or as a voice actor. Scooter coming here dropping esoteric shit. Stump me? I didn't know this was a person. The only thing I recognize him being in is fucking Godzilla vs. Kong. Oh, he was the young Serizawa, the guy that got fried in the skull. Okay. Just pulling out weird shit like this. I'm not touching that, Andre. Right? Gotcha. Well, I have to cheat. I usually just do it by my brain, but since I didn't know who this person was, I have to cheat. Now we're all, those of us that have the ability right now are all Googling this person. Well, yeah. Pulling this shit out? Come on. Yes, picking an esoteric individual I've never heard of with nothing that I've ever seen. You did, in fact, win. Well, I'm looking through it right now. Maybe I'll be able to, I'm supposed to do it without looking things up. So technically, yes, you have won pulling this random person. But after looking it up real quick, I do have a connection for you. Shun Ogori, this individual only you know of, was in Godzilla vs. Kong. He was the son of the main bad guy who was piloting Mechagodzilla in the skull before he got fried. Another individual in that film was Brian Tyree Henry. He was the man, he was a conspiracy theorist that worked with Millie Bobby Brown, the one with the alcohol in his flask. You know what I'm talking about? He was in Joker with Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro was in the movie Sleepers in 1996, starring Kevin Bacon. So I was unable to pull that from my memory because I had never heard of that individual or any of their stuff. But there you go. There is your thank you, John. In the future, let's try not to be so esoteric in our selection of media personas. Because, yeah, you'll win every time if you suggest people like that. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Captain Harlock, I have never heard that term before until you just typed it in a chat. I have no idea what that is. I had never heard that word before, that phrase before, Captain Harlock. So, okay. This is the first time I'm aware that this is a thing. But I'm not going to look it up. So, but thank you for the redeem. You are now one up on me. Congrats. Maybe you could find more luck talking to people. Beer always tends to loosen people's lips. Buy a round for everyone and you can have the run of the place. You'll be here a while, though. Interesting idea. Maybe later. Until then. Samuel, dude. Yeah, we got many leads here. It appears I'm going to be involved in solving another murder. I know that Father Gurneau couldn't have killed Otto, More importantly, I can't let Peter endanger both the library and the monks. I need to work quickly. To speak with Father Thomas to see about the St. John's Day confessions. The townspeople will be coming in to confess their sins. I should also visit Leonard Mueller. He's heavily invested in what's happening. He must know something. I can ask around the Golden Hand to learn what the burghers have heard from locals and travelers. I also need to search the forest to find the flowers that dropped from the figure who ran past us. So it's going to come down to me having to spend time again, and only having the ability to do that once. Talking to Father Thomas is going to ask me to sit around and listen to confessions. Oh, Andreas, what have you come back to? This is all awful, just awful. I should never have allowed Klaus to publish the 12 articles. This is what happens when common people get agitated by reading nonsense. What's the alternative? Forbidding them from reading? Sometimes, yes. Just because a commoner has learned to read does not mean he can fully comprehend any book he finds. Some of these texts are written to inflame passions. They're not all written with modest intentions. These pamphlets, these books, can make people crazed, furious. Sister Amelie and I have seen what happens when good people become part of a mob. What do you mean? Before we came to Tassing, I was the priest of a town near a Benedictine convent. The town was full of good people. But the good people were whipped into a panic by an educated neighbor, the town doctor. He had read the Malleus Maleficarum and put ideas into his head. The witch hunting manual? The author was driven out of Innsbruck, wasn't he? Yes, the word of that had not reached our doctor. One thing the book's author and the doctor shared was a contempt for and hatred of women. In the convent, the doctor saw a coven of witches. In Sister Amelie, he saw not a mystic, but a woman possessed by evil spirits, speaking blasphemy. But surely the logical magistrate didn't believe that. No, he did not, but that didn't matter. The doctor inflamed his neighbor's fears. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, it made no difference. They wouldn't listen to reason. They wouldn't even listen to scripture. In the dead of night, they gathered at the convent and set fire to it. Sister Amelie was lucky to escape with her life. The rest of the nuns were not as fortunate. So I am all too aware of what can happen when a mob forms. I should have known it would happen again. This is my fault. You can't blame yourself for this. Why not? I share more than a small measure of responsibility. Do you think that Otto's death would have shocked the farmers into abandoning a hopeless cause? It's only inflamed them. But you can to keep the peasants calm. I'm still looking. I should have never come into this. The abbot should have known he was playing with fire. I'm still looking for the killer. I will, but I feel this has all gone beyond my control. Suppose there's no good fretting about what's already happened. I have to minister to the people as best I can, given the circumstances, and pray for their best. Speaking of which, I need to hear confessions for the townsfolk. It's a Tassing tradition after St. John's Eve. In case they get up to any mischief, they can't wait until Easter. I have to give priority to the locals, of course, but if you want to wait a few hours, I can hear you. You don't have to, of course, but I would be remiss if I didn't offer. All right now, Father, but thank you. Of course. So it's going to come down to those of you playing along at home. we're going to have to spend a couple hours doing something. We have the options of listening to confessions of all the townsfolk, if any of the townsfolk are going to confess to the murder, or if the killer was someone from the townsfolk anyway. We should also visit Leonard Mueller. I'm going to go talk to Leonard Mueller, but I'm sure he's going to have something that I'm going to have to help for a couple hours. I could spend money at the Golden Hand and listen to locals and travelers to see if any scuttlebutt comes up. And then go to the forest to find the flowers. That I'm probably going to have to spend a couple hours searching for flowers. So it's going to be eavesdrop the confessions, talk to Leonard, talk to patrons at the bar, or search for flowers as my options. Which one of those would be most viable? Eavesdrop the confessions, I love gossip. You say do that one, you know that one. Of course you do. Greetings, Andreas. You have arrived at the ideal moment. All right, less than ideal, considering Otto's recent death. It's a great tragedy. It took place right outside your house. You didn't catch anything? Alas, as said, Werner and Leonard and I were engaged in a stimulating debate when we heard the crash outside. I only saw a figure flee, but unfortunately I have no useful details on whoever it may have been. Hope you find a lead, for I have severe doubts about the involvement of the abbot in this gruesome affair. Meanwhile, I am drawing close to the final design of my latest invention. As such, I would very much like to hear your thoughts on it. Of course, you asked me to come share ideas. Splendid, I've been devising something most unique. Come. At present, we have a problem. The peasants suffer under harsh conditions. Do you agree? They do not have it easy, no. They toil constantly but achieve little over bare subsistence. They are then taxed heavily. The peasants grow angrier, hence the nascent troubles all across the lands. It is a dangerous time. So I've devised a tool to lessen the drudgery. Here, take a look at the schematic. Behold, the plow! In front of it an automaton, man or beast, it matters little, dragging the plow behind it. Have you seen any artificial people before? The Frauenkirche clock at Nuremberg features a procession of mechanical men, Männleinlaufen, that can be seen on midday. A proud tribute to our holy emperor. So you understand of which I speak, the intricacies of machinery. Gears within gears, symmetric coils turning a shaft system that leads to the gearing mechanism. Controls that are quite complex but allow for it to follow a predetermined path. It would be funny if they abolished serfdom in like 3 yeah. It toils so the peasant does not have to. What provides it with energy, it can't operate for long on the power of spring alone. Leonardo has written of what he calls a smoke turbines. So for a while I thought to add a furnace, but it's far too cumbersome. Like many of his inventions, it has proven lacking in actual practicality. The universe reveals itself through the minute intricacies of clockwork. Woman Church. Thank you, Andre. There are still a few imperfections to work out, but I can feel I am on the correct path. Tell me, Andreas, what do you think? Be truthful. There can be no progress without truth. We already have ways to harness the incredible strength of oxen and horses, so what's the point? It's great. Honestly, it's shit. I'll call it an overwrought, over-engineered, overly complex solution to a far simpler problem. Huh. We can even free the beasts from their burden. I'm on a fool's errand, am I not? So my father would have said as well. I fear my disappointment. Your father is also an inventor? He is, with a sharp mind and a sharper tongue if need be. You're adding medieval cyborg to your mix? You're all about to be the medieval Justice League, yeah. Why'd you leave in the first place? I had to prove myself. To my father, I suppose, and maybe. My father had attempted to arrange for me a marriage. I did not feel ready. It's so bad once you get used to it. It's a curse sent to man by a most malevolent force. It's not so bad once you get used to it. It is a commitment that causes me trepidation even to this day. In any case, there's so much more I have to learn. My inventions have not been as successful as I would like. Perhaps it's because you're lacking the correct frame of mind. What do you mean? If your inventions so far amount to little, you must change your approach. Think bigger, reach higher, consider the aesthetic, look for substance. Military applications. A successful design requires a simple elegance of function. It was what I have aimed for most of the time. Perhaps it has not been simple enough. But I thank you, Andreas. I invited you to exchange thoughts, and you have proven most valuable. This conversation has given me much to consider, but now I guess I must return to work. Good luck, Baltus. Until later. Hello, forgive me, I've forgotten your name. Andreas Mahler, Master Artist. You must be Elsie Mueller, the miller's wife. Oh, yes, that's me. My husband has been talking about your arrival. We're pleased you've done so well for yourself. Thank you, I see the mill's been doing well. Leonard works relentlessly to keep it in good condition. He's very proud of it. It's unique in these parts, inspired by the designs used in the north. So it's very profitable too, and that's important to Leonard. Who is this young man? Caspar, my apprentice. Hello, mistress. Oh, you must meet my darling Paul. He would love to meet someone his age pursuing art. Just not where Leonard can see. Sure, we can arrange that. That'd be delightful, Master Mahler. Thank you both. You're most welcome, Elsa. I must now return to my work, Master Mahler. Until later. Until then. Dog. Andreas Mahler, the master artist, yes. Yes, pardon, I don't recognize you. Are you new to Tassing? Ha! No, I am Leonard Mueller. I run the mill in Tassing. Pleased to make your acquaintance. A gentleman indeed. Look, I just wanted to introduce myself. It's not every day someone comes to Tassing. Comes back to Tassing.
especially to investigate a second murder. Quite unfortunate timing for you. Quite fortunate for you, given your meal with Baltus and Dr. Stoltz. I know we've only just met, Master Marner, so I can understand some suspicion. In spite of how I feel about the peasants and how they feel about me, I'm no murderer. Why would I kill Otto? Why would I kill Ava's husband? You disagreed with him in the comments. I disagree with a lot of people in this town. I don't go around killing them. That's exactly what a murderer would say, right? Besides, if Otto brought down the Duke's anger, it wouldn't fall on my head. In any case, if you get tired of investigating, my door is open. If you'd like to join my family for a meal or see the mountains, just let me know. See the mountains? Yes, for a brief hunt. Hunt? Yes, for deer. Might be able to help you get some perspective on the situation. Investigating Otto's murder, a hunt hardly seems appropriate. If it would help, I can tell you what I know, and I know a fair deal. What do you know? No, come hunting with me, and I'll tell you. No, I can't. Suit yourself. Alright. If he was eating with the other two, fuck your side quest, right? If he was eating with the other two, he wouldn't have killed Otto. So going with him isn't going to get me anything. So I'm ruling him out. Next we have the inn, the confessions, and the, if he was a murderer, he probably would have shot, yeah. Right. Probably would have shot him. So I think that going there is a dead end. We have the confessions, we have the inn, and we have the flower, searching for the flowers. If I go down to the statue, it's going to say, hey, maybe we spend a couple hours searching this area to look for any clues down here. Since we saw that individual run that way, there is a non-0% chance of finding clues down there pertaining to that body. Confessions also might... Oh my god. Oh my god! So, the townsfolk were upset at the Abbey because they were raising taxes. One individual in the townsfolk was starting to riot, starting to get the townsfolk together to go against the Abbey. I end up in the middle of the night in the woods, finding my assistant here. Let's get outside away from him screaming. And stumble across the abbot. And then we hear a crash in town. We run into town, and the lead rabble-rouser has been crushed, has been killed. Now I have a day to figure out who did it. It wasn't the abbot, because he was with us that night. Even though we hate him, he didn't do anything. So we have 4 leads to choose from. One lead is talking to the miller here. He was with 2 other people that night when that person died, so I don't think he's got much. Another one is buying rounds for people at the end to talk to the travelers and the locals and maybe get something from loose lips. The third option is going and hanging out at the church and eavesdropping on confessions. The abbot was chasing someone in a costume, right? Yes. And that same costume individual ran by us at night. The third option is going to confession and just hanging out and eavesdropping at the townsfolk because they confess first. And the fourth option is going back into the woods and examining the area where that person ran by.
I don't think this guy has anything for me. The confession one might contain a lot of red herrings, you're right. We're going to go down here and see what this says, but we know what's going to happen. We'll check the waterfall area again real quick. Still 2 innocents. There must be across others arts. Yeah, thank you, Scouter. Master, I think I see an opening behind those trees that leads to a deeper area of the forest. Could this be where the mysterious costume figure ran when Otto was murdered? We should see where it leads. It could take a while, though. See? See? Out of all the things, I think this is the most viable. Because we have literal evidence that someone was here that was running away. Whether or not we're going to find anything from here, I don't know. But the Miller's not going to give us anything. The confessions could possibly be just a lot of red herrings. And the inn, drunk people, I don't know. I think I'm going to do the woods thing here. I'm going to spend a couple hours just rooting around in here. Yeah. What are those buildings? What is this place? Some kind of Roman ruin, like the aqueduct in the meadow. Look, Master Andreas, the flowers. Oh, finally, maybe we'll find something useful after all. Let's look around. A Roman depiction of a nymph. There's an inscription underneath, probably a dedication. To Tassia, nymph of this spring, Publius Metellus Flavus, prefect of Ratium, has paid his vow willingly, deservedly in the consulship of Ananias and Siltus. This is the only place in Tassia where these could have grown. Marsh marigolds. I expect to see any land inside an aqueduct. Keen to set the stones while Alice fucked. Oh well. Another inscription, still in good shape. To the nymph Tassia, Julia Matera gave 3 denarii, willingly, deservedly. This land is carved sloppily into the stone. That's odd. We work and the prefect gets paid. Jupiter, may he be paid justly. Sounds like what the peasants are saying. Even the Romans struggled under harsh restrictions and taxes. We haven't come so far after all. This one looks different than the others. Lucius sold me bad bread. Let his teeth rot like his wheat. Is that what it looks like, Master Andreas? Yes, the costume the killer was wearing when they ran past us. So much for us finding it in the home of the killer. Well, perhaps there's a clue inside. When Florian examined the code of Baron Rothvogel, we I have you, Master Andreas. Casper, go get help. I won't let you fall. It's not a long drop. Just get someone to bring a rope. I can't abandon you, Master. Let out a long sigh of resignation. That's me. And bringing me a rope isn't abandoning me. I suppose that's true. You... Well, we're all wet, but I don't think I hurt anything. I guess that wasn't really that long of a fall. One thing is that you aren't hurt. Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I wanted to get a rope. Oh, right. I'm sorry, Master Mahler. It's alright. We'll find a way out. Of course, Master. Wish we had a little more light down here. I can't see a thing. Can you? I want to look around and see if I can find a way out. Stares balefully. I'm stealing that, right? Gee willikers, Batman. Alright, you. Does this work? I must admit, I'm impressed. Just remembered how flammable these brush rags are. Were you carrying around the flint and steel? Well, you never know when you might need some fire. Thus it has been demonstrated. What is this place? The cistern. We must collect water from the spring to feed it into the aqueduct. The aqueduct in the meadow? I suppose so. All we need to do is follow it back. Perhaps. Why didn't he just use a flashlight in his phone? Duh. It's very smart. Looks like the tunnel collapsed here, Master. Must lead to the town. Looks like there's a gap. Do you want me to try to squeeze through? It's too dangerous. Of course, Master. There's another way we can go. That goes out to the ruins. Your choice could have killed him there. I know, right? Oh, shit. The completionist in me wants to go back to that cave. Must resist the temptation. It's too late. Too late, John. It's too late. I can't. Where do you think this goes? Find the Ark of the Covenant. I know. Well, it goes up, so it probably leads out. 50% injuries in Gotham, you know. I don't think I can squeeze through that gap. We need to find something to move the rocks, something to give us leverage. Wait. Huh? Never mind. Let's find a way out of here. Let's jump across again. Feels just random. Just splat. This game just came out last year? Hold on. I think it was last year, right? We have to go look at the crypt. God damn it. I have to check that out. Yeah, it's fairly new. Just looks old. It's a big grate. Maybe we can get out that way. It's too high for either of us to reach. It's in the 16th century, so anytime after that. Thanks, John. Sorry about your secret passions, Scooter. Climb my shoulders and see if you can push it out of the way. I have played 1 and 2, Andre. Looks like a kitchen. The Abbey kitchen? What else is up there? I don't think so. It's big, though. Of course, it must be under the convent. Do you see any of the nuns? No? Hello? Nothing. Where could they be? I doubt the sisters loiter in the kitchen all day long. Can you lift the grate off? There's something heavy above me. I can only lift it a little, and I don't think I can squeeze through. I might be able to reach. A poker. So I got a fire poker. Excellent. We can use it to move the rocks and get out of here. Oh, of course, Master. Keep moving forward to the crypt, or go back and try to use the fire poker to get rid of those rocks. I want to do both. Of course you say the crypt, Andre. We're not going to find alien eggs. Is this a door? Appears to be so. A strange one. Where's it go? I'll try to nudge it. Can't say, but it must have been built much more recently than the rest of the aqueduct. Must be their secret entrance into the Abbey. Another? When I was investigating the Baron's death, I found a secret entrance from the Abbey's library to the crypt. Could the abbot use this door to escape? Escape to where? We can't even find our way out. It's a fair point. It's possible that the abbot doesn't even know it's here. What's that sound, Master? Snoring? Is someone sleeping on the other side of the door? Hey, wake up! What should we do, Master? Well, we already have the poker from the convent kitchen. We can try that on the stones and try to get out. Of course. All hell. Alright. Guess we are going back. Y'all talking about Fallout? That's a game I'll never play again. I can't. It's too open world. It'll take too long for me to play. So I won't. Secret passages are in graveyards. You're right, Scudder. Tell me in hindsight when you're going to start Dark Souls 1 Secret. I know. It'll be coming. It's a little ways away because I still got Assassin's Creed Odyssey to do before it. Try using the fire poker from the kitchen to shift the rocks out of the way. Andre, it was a game request from Mia. Mia wants me to play Odyssey. Wait, I still hear something. You shouldn't come here during the day. I had to. The farmers are out for blood. And? Don't play stupid. We both wanted Otto gone. Now he is. I didn't kill him. Did you? Why would you ask me such a thing? Because of the note, you stupid cow. Because of the note that sent you into hysterics. Because you're behaving like a woman who committed a murder and is afraid of being caught. How could you... Stop. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you did or didn't. He's dead. The idiot peasants can beat the ground with their pitchforks and nothing will come of it. What about that artist, Andreas? He could be a problem. Have you done anything to raise his suspicions? I don't think so. Good. Then just wait. Time will run out for Peter and the rest of his worthless kind. The abbot will stay in power. Pilgrims will keep coming to the shrine and staying at your inn. Yes, good. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Be quiet. Go home. Don't come here again unless it's for a quick fuck. If you want comfort, talk to your fat husband. Don't bother me with your hysteria. Of course, I'm sorry. I'm glad we're finally out of there, Master. What a strange adventure. You think Mistress Hannah could have killed Otto? She's only been pretending to care about the town's safety. She's only concerned with the shrine staying open. What'd I miss? This game, Odyssey, Elden Ring DLC, pretty packed. Yeah, I know. So, this game, Resident Evil 4 DLC. Then I want to play Darkest Dungeon. Then I want to play Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I've made an executive decision. I am not going to stream Elden Ring DLC. I'm gonna have, even though I have Elden Ring on my stream, in my catalog, I'm not gonna stream the DLC. I'm gonna enjoy the DLC on my own time. You're not breaking my bank, David. Don't worry about it. So the plan is finish this. Resident Evil 4 DLC separate ways. That's the Ada Wong DLC. Playing Darkest Dungeon. After Darkest Dungeon is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. No. After Darkest Dungeon will be Dark Souls 1. Yeah, you will, John. So hold on, let me write this down real quick, just to keep track of shit. So, finishing Pentiment, RE4 DLC, Darkest Dungeon. I'm trying to do me game, you game, me game, you game. So after Darkest Dungeon is Dark Souls 1. I'm doing Elden Ring DLC on my own, so we won't be getting that on stream. I think you guys will be okay. I'm not going to be doing Dark Souls and Elden Ring back to back on my channel. That's going to be too much. I like to shake it up. So Pentiment, RE4 DLC, Darkest Dungeon, Dark Souls 1. I've decided the next game after Dark Souls 1 will be Mass Effect 2. I've got Mass Effect 1 playthrough already last year on the channel. And here we are with Herman. After Mass Effect 2 comes AC Odyssey. I knew it, Herman. Thank you for the redeem, Herman, for picking my next game. Herman has chosen Yakuza 0. After AC Odyssey, I'm going to say self-insert, because again, I'm going to be picking a game in between you guys picking games for me. And after my self-insert, that's Yakuza 0 coming into play. Might not watch Skies because you're checking it out. That's how it is. Can't catch a break. That's the whole point of this, Andre. It's fine. Herman, I have added Yakuza 0 to my rotation. So Pentiment, RE4 DLC, Darkest Dungeon, that's a Gabe pick. Dark Souls 1, Scoter's redeem. Mass Effect 2, I'm going to continue my Mass Effect replay. Like I said, I played Mass Effect 1 last year. I just kind of didn't get around to them. I'm playing the Legendary Editions, the remakes. The remasters, I mean. So yeah, I'll be adding Mass Effect 2 in. We'll continue that story. After Mass Effect 2, we'll go to Assassin's Creed Odyssey. That was Mia's suggestion. After Odyssey, I'm leaving an empty spot for my next choice of games. And whatever that game is, I don't know just yet. Who knows? We'll see as I come closer. I want to have the flexibility of being able to just put in whatever that I'm in the mood for, right? After that will be Yakuza 0. Get there with gifting subs? No. It's only by redeeming 50,000 points. So yes, I remember Sky mentioned she might wait a couple days after the DLC drop to stream it to give people some time to play themselves without spoilers. We can ask her tomorrow when she streams. It's not a big deal. I know I'm taking off that Friday, and I'm just going to chew through it. I'm going to spend the weekend playing it. Gifting subs to gain points. I don't know if you get points from subs. You do? You get points from gifting subs? I didn't know that. Well, I'm not going to... Listen, all I worry about is you having the points to redeem that. I don't care how you get those points. I'm debating on Elden Ring DLC release day just creating a fucking party. A party chat. Where everybody that's playing the release can just hang out in there and just shoot the shit while we play. Our own single-player games. And just have people to bounce stuff off of. Be like, oh god, I just got to this weird thing. Guess when you're rich after this? Nah, you're fine, David. So I'm thinking of doing that, John. I think that'd be neat. But, yeah, that's my list right now. Herman, again, thank you for your redeem. You have talked up Yakuza 0 a lot. You've talked up the entire series a lot. So I'll finally be getting around to that this year. I'm going to have to play Odyssey straight. I'm not going to be able to do a completionist on it. It's just not possible. But yeah. Alright, let's get back to... how many have I played? Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2. I started Brotherhood and I stopped. Assassin's Creed 4. I got halfway through Assassin's Creed 3. I was streaming Assassin's Creed 3. I might go back to that sometime. I stopped halfway through Assassin's Creed 3 when Elden Ring dropped, and then there went my life. So I still have an incomplete Assassin's Creed 3. But 1, 2, part of Brotherhood, part of half of 3, 4. Actually, I haven't talked up the entire series. May I assume the same thing, but it's fair with how excited I get. But I haven't even finished the series, and the middle is iffy. Well, I'm not going to be doing the whole series, Herman. So I'm glad. Hopefully, the one you're choosing is the one that stands out as. If you're only going to play one game, play this one. So that's my experience with Assassin's Creed. Oh, Origins. I got about 30% through Origins, and I just stopped playing. So that's there as well. Love Syndicate, but I guess since it took too long to complete, I stopped halfway through. Yeah. So we'll be doing that. And I know nothing. Didn't you like Origins or got started? Alright, here's the deal with Assassin's Creed Origins and Assassin's Creed in general. Herman has heard this spiel before. Other friends of mine have heard this spiel. There's nothing wrong with Assassin's Creed games. I'll pick up an Assassin's Creed game and because I need a fix. I'm itching to have that type of gameplay. Solid gameplay. However, the story has always just been carbon copy, revenge bullshit. I never really cared about the stories. I started to play Origins, and when I was playing Origins, I was playing the game on mute, and I was watching movies while I played it, because I just wanted to play the story. I wanted to have the experience of the mechanics. I didn't care much about what was going on, and I got chastised by many people because Origins apparently has one of the better stories. So I started to then start focusing on playing the game with volume. But then I just stopped because I scratched that itch of assassin stuff. And there was one minor thing that Herman would point out. I'm a completionist, so I was completing every area as I explored it. So every time I opened up a new section of the map, I would do everything in that section. Everything. And then open up a new section of the map, do everything in that section. Then do the story. Open up new section, everything except for the story, save the story for last. And I got about 30 to 40, almost did the whole map, and I don't think it was even halfway. Yeah. That's where I was. I was probably about 40% through the story, but I'd done about 75% of the map. Everything on the map. And I just stopped giving a shit. Because it was so repetitive, I got tired. But that's how I am. I'm a completionist. That's why that's why I don't bounce off of Assassin's Creed games. I just jump in when I'm feeling the itch and I leave. I had played over 100 hours of Valhalla and had half the map covered. I was done. Yeah. I enjoy Assassin's Creed, but up until this Origins one, I hadn't been really playing for the story. The story's never really been the strong suit, right? Being too much. I've heard that. These games are longer. It's easy to get rid of. So that's why with Odyssey, I'm gonna purposefully not do completionist run on Odyssey. I can't. As those of you are familiar with, Odyssey is one of the larger of the games. So I'm going to do mains with the occasional sides necessary for me to keep my level up and apparently some items. I say, no, I have to. I literally have to. If I don't, I'm not going to finish the game. I agree, Andre. I don't know anything about Odyssey. I couldn't tell you. You can answer that question if you know, just keep it vague. Don't spoil it for me. It's not about doing completionists, it's the way you go about it. There are some useless ones. That's what I'm saying. You guys will help me out. I'll be bringing up the map going, I want to do all this. And he'd be like, no, just do this and this. I'm like, all right, cool, I'm good. That's how I'm going to get through that game. I can't do 100% because I'm just going to stop playing it. I'm going to get burned out. And I already have enough games in my history of streaming that I never finished. I attack this like a coach to the teammates. Yeah, I know. I already have enough games on stream that I didn't complete. I don't want to have another one. I don't mind Greek history. It'll be fun. So yeah, I'm going to have to do that. That's down the road, right? Let's do a little more of this tonight. Let's try to get through some more story. Figure out what the fuck's going on. Weathermaker went to kill Otto. The peasants overthrew the abbot. They might loot or destroy the shrine. Without the hand of St. Moritz, there's not much reason for pilgrims to travel to Kiersau. There'd hardly be any visitors to the Golden Hand. Exactly. Now we know Hannah has a motive. It's possible she'll kill to protect her family. We need to talk to Nico and Killian to see just how committed she was. Right, David? But first, let's go back to the Golden Hand and clean up. People get suspicious if we walk around town like this. Good idea, Master. Ah, Master Mahler, I'm glad I caught you. Would you and Caspar like to join us for supper? We'd love to, thank you. Andreas, welcome, welcome. It's always a pleasure to have new conversations at our table about what's been going on in town. Yes, a fresh perspective is always welcome. The inn always benefits from different opinions. I was happy to share my thoughts. I don't think I have the expertise to comment on the troubles. Always happy to share my thoughts. Good, good, let's tuck in. Yeah, I don't... Growing up, my mom was Roman Catholic. So the one thing she wanted us to do as we were growing up was go to CCD. ZCD was a confraternity of Christian doctrine. Like once a week, we would have to go to church and like go to like class. Go to like religious school for like an hour or two, like an hour and a half. I don't. It just was. Yeah, and it was Wednesday night, Scooter. Right. So every Wednesday night, Mom would drop us off at church for CCD or whatever. And I think I was 14, 15 at the time. I was that middle teen era. She dropped me off one time, and I decided I'm not. I just walked home. It was like a mile and a half walk home at night. She got upset, and I talked to her, and I said, I'm not going anymore. So my dog tags still said Roman Catholic on them, but during my time in the military, I did a lot of soul searching. That's when I came out on the other end, uh, dropping that and going. I'm currently an atheist, but I remember CCD. My mom is a churchgoer. My mom's one of those go on the big event, go on the big days, church people. Not an every week church person. Anyway, so starting this game, I started to read everything they're saying, and they started to do this with the dinners, and I was like, you know what, I'm having flashbacks, and I'm good. I don't need to recite this. So anytime this comes up, I'm just not going to talk because I'm not in the mood for that. Yeah, every week, right? So, Master Marla, I heard tell this is a return visit to Tassing. Has the town changed much since your last visit? Much smaller, but my fortunes have improved. Having an inn is a big change in a small town. Yes, the peasants especially took their time in getting used to us. The monks up at the abbey have always been gracious, though. True, but the abbot is firm in his dealings. He does seem like a prickly sort of man. You have no idea. That was harsh before, but he seems much more severe now. Huh, I understand his need to enforce the rules, but being needlessly strict is different. What have we got? Pork and bread pottage, pork pie, salmon. We'll do the pork pie first. Otto had been getting more and more vocal with his speeches. I'm sure you heard his most recent one, Andreas. I wanted to support the peasants in their troubles, but I do worry that Otto's death will stir up more trouble than it's worth for the inn. The peasants aren't bothering us, Nico. They need to speak their minds. Besides, their coin counterbalances any lost revenue from the abbey and its guest. Thank you, John, for that translation. I think Otto had the right idea. These restrictions have gone on too long. Otto's speeches put the town in danger. He was already drawing attention. His death will only cause more trouble. Otto had the right idea. So no trouble if it brings reprieve to the peasants. Doing the right thing is always best, but I don't know how involved I ought to get in the whole business. The matter is not for us to decide anyway. Hey, I did hear Ulrich say he saw more of the Duke's soldiers near town today. That's nothing but a rumor, Killian. Huh. That could cause problems for Tassing, especially if the abbot gets involved. Oh, I don't think the abbot would call the soldiers into town to start trouble. We've seen the soldiers more recently. Andreas, what do you think? That is awesome, Danny. Keep kicking ass. First time playthrough, great job. Times are changing and the peasants know it. The abbot had better keep up if he wants to keep the peace. True. If the abbot agreed to deal with the peasants' demands, then all would be resolved quickly. Peter didn't seem like he would take no for an answer. The abbot and Peter are both stubborn men. By the grace of God, things can be resolved peacefully. Not likely. Hannah, you were pretty vocal after Otto's speech the other day. Really? You spoke up, Mom? I thought you said you weren't going to get involved, Hannah. Oh, I'm just looking out for the peasants. I didn't think my few words would cause any harm. Actually, it's difficult to want to fix things. It's one thing to speak your mind, and another to try and change the law like Otto wanted to. I don't think any laws need to change. I simply want to make sure our community is safe. I wonder whether that's possible without some changes in law. Such matters are best left to those wiser than me, however. Speaking of the community, I should get back to work. Yes, there's always much to do. Thank you for sharing your perspective, Andreas. Thank you for the meal, Hannah. It was excellent. You're welcome back any time, especially so Killian can learn more from Caspar's well-behaved example. Mom? Hello, Master Mala. Anything I can do for you? Yes, actually. I could die. I just want a break from all the work sometimes, a way to let off steam. I don't understand, Andreas. I know what you do by the Roman ruins. I know you're cheating on your husband. But really, Hannah, Leonard, you could do better. What? What are you talking about? I know you're cheating on your husband with Leonard. How did you know? Did Leonard tell you? It's not hard to figure out. Does Nico know? Not as far as I know. Thank God. It would ruin my adult husband. Why did you do it? Leonard is handsome, strong, forthright. He knows what he wants. A proper man. Not like Nico. Nico's so boring, weak. He avoids taking a stance, avoids making the tough choices. I see, so when it comes to tough choices... Oh, yeah. If you're so willing to cheat on your husband, I'd bet you'd do it whatever it takes to keep the inn running. My God, Andreas, are you accusing me of killing Otto? I disagreed with Otto, but why would I want to kill him? Look around. Is Tessing better with him dead? First you hold the ruin of my family over my head, and now this. Unless there's anything more you need, I won't abide by this foolishness. No, Anna. Sorry to bother you. Good day, Andreas. You have a moment? Sure. Is there something wrong with your room? No, I wanted to know if you noticed anything odd about your mother lately. Odd? How? Does she ask you to watch the inn by yourself very often? Oh, well, sometimes, I guess. Dad and I look after the place more in the evenings when she gets tired, but lately she's been leaving during sext. She says she brings food over to the townsfolk at the rat house. What determines success or failure on the persuasion checks? Is it just random, or are you more successful with more reasonable options? I think what determines success or failure is the dialogue I have before. Like in this last one right there with her, or in before. Every time it says this will be remembered, that's going to be measured towards an eventual skill check. And how I deal with that person. I guess I got 2 blue up triangles for saying that I wasn't going to say anything about her cheating. I got two down red triangles because of the way I approached the fact that I knew. If I would have just said I heard her talk about the ruins instead of just calling her out like that, that might have been a positive. I don't know how many positives I need compared to negatives to beat a skill check. I can tell you of all the skill checks I've done so far, I've failed the majority of them. That's how I see it. So I usually watch the inn until she gets back. There was one other time. Go on. Mom left in a hurry one night, and when I was cleaning up around the bar, I found this note. It will destroy the abbey. Hell will swallow the hand of St. Moritz, the rat house, after St. John's fire. Another note. I've seen several like this before. Oh, but what does it mean? St. John's fire. I wonder if that means the bonfire. Could one of the guests left the note? I don't think so, Master Mahler. I found it tucked under the money chest. The note could have been for one of your parents, then, but why? I don't know. I don't want anyone to destroy the abbey, even if the abbot is cruel to the peasants. I'll keep that from happening, don't worry. I hope the note helps, Master Mahler. Just don't tell Mom or Dad, alright? Alright, I won't say anything. Thanks, Master Mahler. Should get back to work. See you later. Until then. The thread puller is who they're calling it. Hello, Andreas. Can I help you with something? Actually, I'd like to talk. Oh. Do I want to pull on this thread? No, you just want to see chaos. I don't think, though, she has anything anymore for me. She didn't kill Otto. I don't think she killed Otto. Perhaps later. Very well, until then. No, I don't have hatred. She said she was glad someone killed Otto because an uprising would have threatened pilgrims' visits to the shrine, which would have been disastrous for the Golden Hand. She's having an affair, but I don't care about the affair. I care about finding out who did it. Otto didn't do it. Leonard didn't do it. Playing a lawful neutral. That's funny. What do I have for journaling? What do I got going on? I'm a little... So the proprietress, yeah, she's having an affair, but I got the writing. The miller go hunting in the mountains. It'll kill me up there. A few drinks is not going to happen. Did it. Can't get back and explore more of that. Wish I could look at all the pieces of paper. Someone who's can write very well. I already talked to Smokey. Her house is gone now. Well, Abby took it. It's nighttime. No one's going to be doing anything right now. Yeah, no one's out right now. I think all I got left is to talk to him. No, I didn't want to do that. Fuck. I'm not sure just yet. We can't go back through. I'm trying to see if there's any other options outside of what we have right now, which is talking to Nico about his wife. All right. Hannah, what about her? Do you know what she gets up to over by the Roman ruins? Hi. Yes, yes. I'm sorry, it must be hard for you. Quite, but I love her, and I have to think of Killian. I just don't know what to do. I don't really understand her. How bad do I want to be with this guy? And what? I'm supposed to be an arrogant shit like Leonard? Something has to change. An unhappy marriage is a wretched way to live. Believe me, I know. Stand up to her and carve out some path towards happiness. I don't know how. Before you can solve your marriage, there's a bigger problem you need to think about. See, I didn't show sympathy for what Nico was going through. Sure, I don't know what you mean. She never said anything? No, never. She never did. Now please leave me be. As you wish. Until then. They're gonna kick me out of this fucking inn. But you can't game the system because you never know how your shit's gonna react to people. I thought I was doing the right thing. Apparently wasn't the case. Oh shit. Andreas, get up. Wake your boy, too. What the hell are you doing here? We're getting you. You're needed in the commons. Let's go. We'll be asking the questions, Mahler. All right. We'll get dressed and be along. Casper, wake up. Master Andreas? What's going on? It's the middle of the night. Something's happening in the commons. Peter and the others want us there. We'll be all right, Master Andreas? Peter seems upset, but we should be fine, I think. All right, now that everyone's here, we can start. Start? Start what? We're holding a trial for Otto's murderer. You're the one with the evidence. Are you mad? What about the law? We should wait for a judge, not do this ourselves. We don't have the time, Mahler. When we have the abbot, we can find justice on our own terms. If we lose this advantage, Father Gernot will make sure no one ever investigates Otto's death. Imagine going to sleep at a reasonable hour, wake up in the middle of the night, and being able to go back to sleep. Well, what have you found? We're all waiting. Hold on, I barely had a day to investigate. I can hardly come to a conclusion so soon. Answer the man, please. Well, you better fucking decide, Mahler. Or you can watch that damned abbey go up in flames. Be quiet. I have a woman in labor right next door. This behavior is shameful. She loses her child because of this fighting. It'll be on your souls. Agnes is right. I know you want justice for my husband, for your friend, but I don't want things to get worse than they already are. Please, Dad, give Andreas a little more time.
Fine. Andreas, you got until that baby is born. After that, we'll claim our justice. Huh?
Good evening. Is it customary and tasking that the people gather in the commons in the middle of the night?
We do what needs to be done when it needs to be done. Who's asking?
My name is Tristan von Franberg. I'm here on behalf of the Duke of Bavaria. The Duke is aware that you have been distributing and discussing the 12 articles. He is also aware that you have been disputing conditions of taxation and land use with the Abbot of Kirsau. The Duke is merciful. He does not seek to punish Tassing for these disputes. But his mercy has limits. The Duke has become aware that you have imprisoned the Abbot and monks of Kirsau within the Abbey. This is insult. This is rebellion. For this, there can be neither tolerance nor mercy. You have until sunset tomorrow to vacate Kirsau Abbey and release the Abbot and all monks. If this is not done, the Duke's soldiers will enter the town and the Abbey in force. As certain as night follows day, they will kill every man and boy who stands in their way.
What?
We never wanted to threaten the Abbot, sir. He wouldn't listen to our demands. We're starving.
Such efforts were necessary since the townsfolk also suffering under the Abbot's increased taxes.
The Duke is aware of the town's complaints and finds some merit in them. He believes some concessions can be made regarding the death tax and use of the forest for wood. Of course, only under the strict condition that the Abbot is released unharmed.
What do the peasants get? What about our taxes? What about the right to use the woods for grazing and for fishing?
The Duke is unwilling to make additional concessions. You can release the Abbot and take what is offered, or you can remain defiant and face the consequences. It will yield you little save steel and fire. Sunset tomorrow. Shit's going down at sunset. Well, we'll be finding that out on Thursday. It has been 5 hours. That is the end of today's stream. Hopefully this is in some way, shape, or form entertaining to you all. I know it's not normal of a game, but it's interesting, and I want to see how this plays out. I appreciate you all for being here. No matter how much involvement you had, no matter how much you spoke or scoffed, or even if you just had me in the background. Doesn't matter, as long as I entertained you to a degree. You felt like you got to get away for a bit. That's what I appreciate. I thank you all for attending. I'll be back again on Thursday. Knowing about this game if it wasn't for you and Tanner, so you're enjoying it. Yeah. Take care of yourself. Good night, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, same, John. Good night, Andre. I'll be back Thursday, 5:30 Central. Another 5 hours of this. We'll see what happens. We'll see if I can find the evidence for Otto and not have everyone fucking killed by soldiers. Who knows? Good stream night, everyone. Yeah. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck tomorrow. Good luck through most of this week. Thank you, Scooter. Thank you, Danny and John. And David. All of you. I look forward to seeing you Thursday. And as I always state, and I always truly mean it, Please be safe. Please be kind. Please take care. And I'll catch all you goofballs later.